we almost have completed a UI for what you can say all the screens. Almost I'm saying. Why? Because analytics tab is still remaining. We will work on that at the end. Okay. Now we need to understand few functionalities of the remix. Remember that we are using RemixJs to develop this project. Now concern is that how remix works. Just go to the docs and here you can see full stack data flow. Full stack data flow. When you talk about the remix, these three things are very important: loaders, components, actions. Loaders, component, and the action. So presently whatever we have done that is related to UI, that is nothing but what? Component. So this part you have worked on so far. Now whatever code I am going to write after this video, at that time you might see some loaders or you might see some actions, right? So let us try to understand what is a loader, what is an action. Component is a React component which renders the UI. What is component? Is a React component which renders the UI. So I am saying again, presently we have worked on this part. Now whatever codes I am going to type here after this video, I might introduce loaders or actions as and when required. Okay. So one of the primary feature, let's understand the full stack data flow. One of the primary feature of the remix is the way it automatically keeps your UI in sync with the persistent server state. It happens in 3 steps. Route loaders provide, can you see, loaders provide data to the UI. UI is nothing but what? Component. Forms post the data. These forms are available in component. Those post the data to the route actions and that update the persistent state. Can be DB, persistent state can be DB or file. Then loaders on the page is automatically revalidated. So whenever you perform these things, loaders are revalidated with the new data. So what you need to understand, loader gives data to the component gives data to the action revalidates the loaders. Again I am saying whatever we have done so far is on the component side. Now I am going to introduce loaders and actions in coming videos. What are the loaders? If components wants to get the data, that would be the loader. Loader is the one who can supply data to the component. If components wants to send the data to the server using the form tag, if component wants to send data to the server using the form tag, component will send the data to action, and action revalidates the loaders, right? So here you will find 3 functions: async function loader, async function component, and export async function actions. Okay, so you might see a route loader, a route files can export the loader function that provides the data to the route component. Route components means what? The bills is associated with the /bills, that is called as route component. When user navigating to a matching route, data first loaded and then page is rendered. Remember that first loaders comes into the picture, right? From first loaders come into the picture and then page is getting rendered. That's what the route loader is. Route component is the React component. The default export of the route file is the component. Default export, can you see, default export of any of the route file is what? Component that it renders. it reads the loader data with the use loader data. So you will find, if you want to get the data from the loader, if you want, this is the loader on the same page. If you want to get the data from the loader, can you see use loader we need to use? It reads the loader data with use loader data, right? Now it's time to see the action. Finally, the action on the route matching the form's action attribute is called when form is submitted. So wherever we have a form, a new bill, here also we have a form, new customer, I will write a new customer. Yeah, can you see here it is the form. So whenever you submit the data, finally the action on the route matching the form's action attribute is called form when the form is submitted. In this example, if you can see, there is a form /account. So /account is a route of the particular this given component, route of the given component. And can you see, whenever you submit the form, you are going to call this action. Whenever you submit the form, you are going to call this action. So remember this image once again. Let's see this image once again. Component would be having a form tag, and that form tag is sending action. Form tag is sending data to the action, right? Action revalidates the loader. Loaders are that part. Loaders supply data to the component. Loaders supply data to the component. Whenever action gets performed, loaders gets revalidated. Loaders get revalidated. This is how the full stack flow works. So presently, if it is unclear to you, whenever we will actually implement in our code, you will get exact idea, right? Actually, whenever we implement the code, you will get exact idea, right? So here after this video, we would be implementing loaders and action as then when required. Component we already have created. We might need to modify the components as needed. Okay, and that's why I cleared the concept of loaders and action in this video. Okay, let us see next what happens. Fine. Thank you. We'll meet in next videos. Hi. In this video, we will try to add functionality to new bill component. So we have seen we have almost completed UI for all the components. Now we will start adding React side functionality, or sometimes server side functionality also. But database related things we will add little bit later on. So what is functionality over here? First, you will add a mobile number. If that mobile number is available in the DB, which means that customer is already registered, right? So you will add mobile number, find search. If customer is already registered with this mobile number, then and only then this thing would be enabled, which is quite easy, not a big deal. The complex part over here is that adding item, price, quantity, and if you click on the add button, item, price, quantity, if you click on the add button, this rows would be getting added dynamically. Calculation should happen automatically. Price shouldn't be 0, quantity shouldn't be 0, item name duplication shouldn't be there. So all these things we need to implement. Let's get started and see how these things are working. So here, new bill. This is what the component we have created. Let's go and check /dashboard bill. and if I click new bill, so this thing is created. Now we need to first add the items. Okay, one thing I have missed from here. Can you see this payment mode and checkout? Payment mode and checkout button I forgot to implement. Let's do it, not a big deal, we can do immediately. So one div we need to add at the end. One div we need to add at the end, and that is nothing but what? That would be having one button, one div, and that div would be class. That div would be having input type, button, submit, value, checkout, and the select tag. Options would be value. So this value would be submitted at the time of form submission. UPI. It's card, you can say card, and cash. If you see, can you see checkout button? Okay, to the button we need to add a few things. We have used button many places. Let's get that. Yeah, this one, add button. Let's get this thing, class name, and these classes needs to be added to the button. Can you see checkout, UPI, and something like this? Now we need this to be here, checkout to be here, and before that first UPI needs to be there. So class name flex, we can say, and what will happen? It would be like this. The minute I say flex, it would be like this. If you wanna give some border, here you can give border. You can see little border has been added. Color can be changed, more darker border. Stale. Border gray 400. Okay, now see, instead of doing that, there is one property called as flex row reverse. Can you see flex row reverse? Checkout is here, UPI is here. Now, width is 100%. We need to have a width very similar to the width of this table, that is 80%, I think. What is the width of table? 80%. Can you see this is the width of table? 80%. So just add that width. You can add that width is 80%, flex row reverse, and okay, this is the table. This div is having width that much. Now just a minute. So you should, it is like this. Okay, flex row reverse. Let's try to give a BG red 200. Okay, it is starting from here. Can you see? That's why we are getting gap this much. Let's give margin left 5. Can you see that? Margin left 5, margin top 5, and your done. And there should be little gap between them. There should be little gap. ML, we can say ML margin left, ML3. There's a little gap over there. UPI card cache checkout. So this was missing over here. Okay. Now, before moving ahead, let me tell once again, when I click on the add button, rows should be added into the table. Calculation should happen automatically. The core concepts of the React we are going to use, right? Let us see. So first thing, write a comment and you tell me if I enter the details over here and if I click add over here, how do you add new thing, or how automatically item would be getting added over here? What would be logic? What thing you will implement? Write it into the comment box and let me know. Write it into the comment box and let me know. Okay, now I'll tell you. So here, first let's create a new folder called as domain. Now this folder we will use at the time of DB also. We will use this folder at the time of database connectivity as well. Okay. Now in a domain, what I will add here, we can say build domain.ts, and few interfaces we would be creating. Export interface item, and here we can say id is optional of type string, then item name, this is also of type optional, you write it or you don't write it. This is of type string. Price, this is of type number, then quantity is of again type number. So this domain we have created. So domain will look like this. Domain will look like this. So what do you mean by domain now? So whenever you build some operations, remember that. So this much kind of, sorry, let's go to the UI. So this much kind of piece is representing a business value. This much data is representing this much, this one item price quantity, that is representing one, what you can say, that is representing one business value. Actually this is having some value. So in the business we call this thing as item. Whole thing is called as item, and item is consist of its name, price and quantity. And that's why instead you to do it directly, we have created one interface. So in the TypeScript, interface is that unit which represents abstract data. They are not having any values over here. What they are having simply, they are having simply a declaration, right? It is having simply what? A declaration. When we use it, you will get to know. and this is the abstract incomplete information we have, and whenever we implement, we are going to provide the completeness. Okay, so let's use it somewhere. Now see, we, so if you want, if you add over here, if you add, there is a one button add. If you click on the add, and if you want to add that part in a table, remember that you need to maintain the state, right? So there is a hook in the React that is nothing but what? Use state. If you can see bill state, sorry, bill items, set bill items is equals to use state. Use state of type what? Item, item. You can see we have imported from build domain item array, and see it should be what? Array of items. Use state. Let's import the use state. Import the use state from React. I hope you know what's the use state hook. To maintain the state during the re-renders of the component, we use the use state hook. Const bill items, set bill items, and like this. So I have covered React in few of my videos. If you want to check the details, about these hooks, you may watch my videos. Okay, this is my channel, you may watch it. Fine. So we have created a hook over here, set bills. And now what we need to do, very first thing, instead of this static data, let's comment, I will remove this one row. Instead of the static data, we need to get data. We need to get data from this guy. We need to get data from this bill items array. Can you see use state? Type is items array. So here, let's go, and what we can do, a JSX block, bill items dot map, and here bill items dot map, and here we can say it means item arrow, like this. Add a wrapping bracket over here. Now bill items, what's the error? Okay, it arrow, this part, and go on writing. Just copy this tr into it. Just a minute. Just write this tr inside this. Refresh it, sorry, reformat the document. So I'm giving emphasis on what you can say formatting for you only. Now see, we can use it dot, so here map would be having two parameters, it and index. Map would be having that item and index, right? So serial number is nothing but what? Index. IND +1 because it starts from 0. That's why we added +1. Now here you can say it.pen. In the bracket, you can say it.pen. But every time writing it.pen, it.quantity, it.price would be little challenging. So let's destructure this it over here. We know what this it is having. It is having this data: item name, price, quantity. Right? So here item name, price, quantity. Item name, price, quantity. So instead of doing this thing, simply add item name. This is, I suppose, price, and this is quantity. Item name, price, quantity. Can you see that? Item name, price, quantity. And presently there is nothing. Now the minute we are going to add the things, right, it would be getting added into that state, and as state is getting updated, component is getting re-rendered, and you will find the data over here. Now how to do that? How to do that part? So if you want to do that part, we need to provide a click listener to this button. We have a button. Can you see? On click. Provide on click is equals to, on click is equals to, let's add that button, const on item add. On item add, let's assign it on item add. Correct? And what we need to do, we just need to add these details to the state. But for that, first you need to have the values of these input boxes. First, you need to have values of these input boxes. And if you want to get values of that input boxes, right? If you want to get values of that input boxes, you need to maintain one more state variable, const bill item, current bill item, and set, this is a bill item is equals to use state is of type I bill item, right? And here we can pass this empty object. Okay, now if you have learned the React, there is something called as controlled forms. There is something called as controlled forms, right? So we need to use that principle, which means that a value over here, value of this input box is assigned to the state. Value of this input box would be assigned to the state, and value of that state back assigned to the same input box. Controlled forms. We are controlling this input box by means of ourselves. We are controlling this input box by means of ourselves. That's why it is a controlled kind of form. React controlled forms. Okay, let's try to do this thing. Let's try to do this thing over here. First, we need to have one thing, const on input changed on IPCH. Here we would be having event. Here we would be getting one event on IP change event, and it's a TypeScript. You need to give a type change event, change event, and HTML input element. Sorry, this is the lambda, right? And whenever we are going to type something into the input box, that this function would be getting called. So here we can say name of that particular control and value of that particular control is equals to e dot target, a destructured way we have used over here. And then you can say console dot log, I can log it name dollar name value dollar value and value dollar value on IPCH, right? So here we can say on change is equals to on IPCH everywhere, here and here. There is a one trick over here. Can you see we are reading a name of the particular HTML input element? Can you see name of the input element? So that we need to give name over here, name attribute, item name. Here name you can say price, here name you can say quantity, this guy. And let us see this works or not first. Let's go open the console and let's type something. Can you see item name, name is item name, value is this, price, name is price, value is this, quantity, name is quantity, value is this. Can you see you have started getting elements, you have started getting elements and its values over here on IPCH. On IPCH we have written. So it is going to generate this event. Whenever you type something, this event would be getting generated. The event is of type change event, and change event is a dynamic class or interface. It's an interface, dynamic interface of type HTML input elements. So whenever HTML input elements are going to be changed, this event is occur, and this event would be having name that is nothing but this name, this name, this name, and its value, whatever value would be. Well, controlled elements, one more thing, value here you can say is equals to, value is equals to bill item dot item name. This is required, bill item dot item name and bill item dot price, and here you can say bill item dot quantity, like this. Now let us just refresh the page and let us see ABC, price 34, quantity 5, add. Still it will not work add because we didn't write the code. But what happened right now, the state variables, these state variables are having, still it is not having. Now whenever input change is happening, we are going to get the data, right? Now on valid input, we are going to set the state to this thing. And how you are going to do that? Set bill item. If you can say set bill item, here we can use, we are setting the state, old object, let's spread the old object, right? And then here you can say name colon value, name colon value. Okay, bracket is missing, just write a bracket here and here. So whatever old object is there, that old object we are spreading. For example, if you have typed over here item name, these two are null presently, these two are undefined presently, So in the beginning, only item would be having data, item name would be having data. These two are empty. Then you will enter this value over here. So the bill item state would be having data to this. So these two are spreading over here, and whatever new one. I hope you got my point. So in the very beginning, this thing only, whenever you type something, the state variable would be getting assigned. So in the beginning, this would be empty object. Presently in the beginning there is nothing. Then you type into item name, so name becomes the key and value becomes this. So your bill item would be assigned only with the item name. At the next time, whenever you enter the price, so whatever state already available, that is copied over here, and then new values like item or quantity would be added to the state. Okay, so this is happening now. After this, remember that after this you need to add something, and you need to say something like that. Just a minute. Now set bill items, set bill items, set bill items. Now see, it is a items and old, we can say. So whatever old array you are having, that array, old, and set bill items and this bill item, whatever bill item you have, that bill item we are adding. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah. Now let us see this is working or not. Just refresh it. Pen 10, quantity 12, 13, and add. Can you see that this thing is getting added over here? Or pin 1, 300 quantity. So things are getting added. You getting my point? Here things are getting added. So these two things have been added over here. You update the state variable, the minute state variable is getting updated. The minute state variable is getting updated. The minute state variable is getting updated. What is happening? Component gets re-rendered. The minute component gets re-rendered, new item you can see, you can find over here. Can you see 1, 2, pen, pin, 12, whatever. Now see, this count needs to be there. This count needs to be updated. So it should be multiplication of 23 into 12, 13 into 300 into 1, and that thing needs to be updated over here. And how to do that? Very simple. You can go here, total. This total would be price into quantity, price into quantity, price into quantity. But see, there is one error you will find here. You will find one error. Can you tell me what's the reason for this? Can you tell me what's the reason for this? Because if you see here, this can be unavailable or this can be undefined. right? And that's why first you need to check this price. You need to apply a ternary operator right over here. If price, just write a brackets, write a brackets, if price is true, right? If price is true, whatever true amongst them, that would be there. Similarly here, let us see this works. Can you see this is working? 23 into 12, 276, 300 into 1, 300, right? 300 into 1 is what? 300. If you see here, now these things, or this delete operation is also there. So how this delete operation will work? Let's first create very beginning a function on click, and here you can say on item add const on item del or DLT on item del would be like this, on item DLT. So here we can say on item DLT, and it's very simple actually. If you have worked with the JavaScript before, you are filtering out, you need to filter out the elements which are not matching, right? So here we can say const updated bills, or bill items, updated bill items is equals to bill items dot filter bill items dot filter, FILTER, bill items dot filter. So here is the item, right? Here is the item, and if you see here, it dot id, we need to add this id. What is the significance of id? You will get to know. Is not equals to it dot id is not equals to. So here, so whenever you click on the delete, we need to pass whole this item to the delete function. We need to pass whole item to the delete function, or simply id of the item, or simply what? id of the item to whole function, or we can pass whole object also, which means that whenever you have here on item DLT, and here we can pass, here we need to get the id as well, id. So either we can pass this id, a unique id, and you can capture that id over here. Is of type number, and here we can say, id is of type string. If the id is not equals to this id, and you need to set the bills, but this will not work at this point in time. Set the bills, and here you can say updated bill items. That's what the delete operation only. So what we did for the delete, so whenever you click on this item, you know id of this item, so we pass id of this item to the delete function. We pass id of this operation to the delete function, and we perform the filter operation, excluding that. Give me everything. If you have a bigger list, right, exclude one item and give me the list, which is nothing but the delete. And that's what we are doing here. Filter out this thing. Fine. So let's go here. Let's go here, and it will not work. Why there is an error? It is showing there is an error somewhere. Yeah, ID. So this ID we have string or undefined. Or we can say empty string. If this ID is undefined, so it is saying that what if ID is undefined, because we have mentioned that ID can be undefined. So here it is saying that boss, what if ID is undefined? I said if ID or this thing, if ID is true, use this, right? Now let's go to the UI first, and here inspected console, and just refresh the page, and here I can say pen. Yeah, can you see here a component is, yeah, this is some another issue, pen 890. Yeah, can you see each list in a child should have a unique key prop. This is a concept of React. React says that when you have these two elements, multiple elements, right? When you have multiple elements, each element should have unique key prop, and it is saying that boss, this should have that key prop, and here we will generate unique ID, and here we will generate what? Unique ID to each thing. So here we will assign ID, right? Here we will assign what? ID. So whenever you set the bill item, right? So we can add one, we can add one ID, and we need to generate some random number. So how do you generate the random number? You can generate the random number. You can generate the random number by means of one package, UUID. What's the name of the package? UUID. Let's do it. Just give me a minute. UUID. So first we need to install the package. Let's stop this. npm install UUID. What's the package name? UUID. Yeah, UUID. Hit the enter. UUID is a universal unique identifier. npm run dev. Okay, now go here, and you need to import the UUID first. Here we need to import the UUID first. Import. Here we can say import v4 adds UUID v4 from which package? UUID package. UUID. No, we have implemented UUID v4. UUID v4. What's the error? UUID v4. Okay, and whenever here, simply you can add UUID v4 like this. So whenever you add at that time, cannot find the declaration from the module. Import v4 as you, do we have the dependency have been installed or not? The dependency have been installed or not? Let's check. Let's check the dependency. Yeah, it has been installed UUID. Let's close the file, open it again. What's the problem? In the package.json, UUID. Okay, package is there, UUID. So what's the error? Oh, I got it. I got it. We are in a TypeScript, remember that. So only UUID is not sufficient, right? We need to add the typings also. We need to add the typings for UUID. So there is a, we need to add the types as well. Just a minute. Let's try to add. Just try to add. Just a minute. Let me find out what's the types. npm install. Yeah, add types UUID. That's the error. Let's go here again. And I'm pasting it. npm install -- save add types UUID. So this is important. npm run dev. Can you see the error has been resolved? So whenever you use the TypeScript, whenever you use a JavaScript package into the TypeScript, I'm saying again, whenever you use a JavaScript package in TypeScript, you need to provide the type definitions also. You need to provide what? Type definitions. So first we installed npm install UUID, actual package have been installed. And after that, what you have installed? After that, you have installed a type definitions, and that's why error has been resolved. Now see, now delete operation should work because we have a complete code with us. Now here we can say item, a pen, price 12, quantity 9. Can you see this has been added? Eraser, 3 rupees of the price, and I need 100 quantity, right? Then we can say pencil, 5 rupees of the cost. We need 45 pencils. Let's try to delete the eraser. Can you see eraser have been deleted? Let's try to delete the pen. Can you see pen have been deleted? So functionality is taking the shape, right? Functionality is taking the shape. So this is working. Now what we need to do, these calculations, total, GST, and the grand total needs to be updated accordingly. Now remember that, so whenever bill items are going to be changed, we need to perform those operations. Whenever bill items are need to be changed, what I'm saying, whenever bill items would be getting changed, we would be performing that part. So can you tell me which hook is there, which detects changes on particular variable? If this variable is changed, hook needs to be activated or hook needs to be called. and that hook is use effect. Which hook is there? Use effect. Use effect. And here you can say this thing, and dependency list is there as a second parameter. So you need to add bill items. If bill items are changed, array of the items are changed, we need to calculate the GST and total amount. So we need to have a state variable over here, const total set what? Total, and here use state of type number, and by default value is 0. Then const GST, set GST is equals to use state. Again, this would be number, and by default is 0. So straight away you can go here, total. Instead of this you can say total, and GST, here you can say GST, and grand total would be total plus GST, total plus, oh sorry, not here, actually we are wrong. At this place we need to add this. So here would be a grand total, here you can say GST, here we would be having GST, so here you can say total. Okay, let's go to the UI and see what happens. By default 0, 0, 0, but still calculations are not there. So what we can do? So here we have written the use effect. Now you tell me, we have an array. My question is that write answer into the comment box. We have an array. Out of that we have an array, and out of that we need to make an operation, or we need to read only one key, and we need to make a sum of all. We need to make what? Sum of that particular key. And how do you do that? What would be your answer? We have an array of numbers and we need to get sum of all the numbers. A simple interview question. This question have been asked many times in the interviews. Given an array of object or simple numbers array, and then you need to perform addition of all the numbers. To make it more complex, given an array of object which would be having one key into that is num : num, and I want to perform addition of all the nums. Same thing is happening over here. We have array of objects. Can you see? This is an array of item objects, right? And we need to calculate total by doing addition of price into quantity. See how? Which thing you will use? That's the interview question. Answer is reduce function. If you see bill items dot reduce, in the reduce we have ACC, accumulator, and your item, whatever your item is, right? And then we are reducing return ACC plus, here you can say first IT dot price into IT dot quantity, right? IT dot price into the IT dot quantity, and the default value of this would be 0. Default value of the accumulator would be having 0. It.price, it.quantity. Same thing you need to do, because they can be undefined. If they are undefined, use 0. Similarly over here, if it.quantity is undefined, use 0. it.quantity. So this is the equation we would be having. Item into price is nothing but what? Total. By default, accumulator value is 0. So 0 plus this, whatever answer would be. Okay. Now from here we need to set the total. So it will return one value reduced to one number. Const AMT. Remember that, reduce to one number, right? Reduce to one number. So this is an array, whole array reduced to one number. That's what the reduce function is in the JS. Set amount. What is that? Set total. Set total is this amount, and here only we will set the GST. What is the calculation of the GST now? 18% of the GST we would be applying. So this amount into 18, amount into 18 upon 100, 18%, right? Now let us see item pen, price 34, mobile. What is this mobile? Mobile. Here quantity. We have copy pasted. This is the drawback of copy pasting. 34 and to add. Now see this, 68, right? Total is 68. 18% of 68. What is the 18% of 68? Let me check it on my mobile. You can also do the calculations on your mobile. 68 into 18%, 12.24, correct. And grand total 68 plus 12.24, 68 plus 12.24 is 80.24. So your answer is correct. Let's try one more item. Pen, eraser, price 3 rupees and quantity 100 equals to, can you see it is changing accordingly. If you delete the item, still it will work. 300, GST is 54, grand total this thing, right? So you have created a form, a dynamic form. So why I have selected new bills? Little complex. So still we have completed, presently we have completed, we can say 70% of it, I think, because still validations are missing over here, right? Validations are missing over here. Let's try to add the validations now. Now what are the validations? Item name shouldn't be, means this should not happen again. Can you see that? It should not happen again. Eraser can be added only once. Price shouldn't be 0. Quantity shouldn't be 0. Item shouldn't be empty. Price shouldn't be text. Quantity shouldn't be text. These validations we need to apply, right? And we need to give proper error messages over here. We need to give proper error messages over here. So here we can create one more label. Here we can create one more label and we can say invalid input or invalid item name, right? Just apply some class, something like this we need to do, and see how it looks. Can you see invalid name, same invalid item price, and here invalid quantity, quantity, invalid price. It will look like this. Now see, alignment has been changed. Now if you make it center instead of end, center, it is correct now. Instead of end, we have made it to the center. We need to change the color also. If this is okay, we need to say item okay also. If this is okay, we need to say what? Item okay also. One more thing, I need to give it text gray. So these labels, floating labels, text class, oh, it is HTML for, we need to have class name, text gray 400. Yeah, so this should be little bit like this, text gray 400. Here also text gray for 400. Here also text gray 400. Right? We don't want them to be directly or too loud. That is okay. And this, there is a success message also, there is an error message also. So what we will do, we need to validate the things. We need to validate these three things, right? So I can write one function, const validate items, const validate items. So this would be one function that is okay. And at the time of adding input only, we need to check the validations. So whenever we would be adding inputs, so what I'm saying, whenever we would be adding inputs, so where we are adding inputs, we are adding inputs over here, right? Here you are setting the bill item. Here you are setting what? Bill item. Remember that. Here you are setting the bill item. So here you need to perform the validation. Well, before performing validation, at least we can do two things. So this shouldn't be texts. So we can write that code over here. How? See, if name is exactly equals to price, or name is exactly equals to quantity, right? Name is exactly equals to price. So don't keep it open, surround with the brackets, so it would be easier. Okay, and what we need to do, so this whole things, if this is this and is nan, not a number, right? And let's convert this value to the number and check it. See, so this value is in the form of string. This value is in the form of string, so we need to convert it to the number and check if it is a nan. If it is a nan, just return from here. Just don't go ahead. It's invalid. See now what will happen now. I'm trying to add text over here. That is not happening. Here text is getting added, but here text is not getting added. Right? Text is not getting added over here, but numbers are allowed only. So this part we have done over here. This part we have done over here. Now the function, which function? Validate items. This function we would be calling here, and if it is true, if validate items is true, right, then and only then this would be set. Okay, let me check how much hour of, okay, it's a 1 hour of recording. We will continue this in the next video. Okay, it's getting too lengthier. Let's continue further validation in the next video. Where to call this validate item functions and what to do, we will see shortly. Okay, thank you. Okay, hi. So in the last session, we have completed this full operation of adding, removing, and we have reached to the point where we need to implement the validations. Few things we have implemented, like text cannot be inputted as a price. Numbers needs to be there only, right? But now other validations are there. This cannot be empty. This cannot be empty. This cannot be 0. This cannot be 0. This cannot be 0. This cannot be 0. Let's implement this part. Let's see how to do that. Let's see how to do that. Well, for this, right, for this, we need to add the validation. So on the click over here, so whenever you click, can you see now empty things are getting added? This shouldn't happen, right? This is bad. If you see, empty things are getting added, and this should be validated. This should be validated. Let us see how to do that. Let us see how to do that. And whenever you click, so presently what is happening on the add, we are adding bill items, right? We are adding bill items on the add. So first we need to, just a minute. So first we need to add the validation related code. Let's do that. Where is a validate item function? Okay, validate items. Let's remove this. We will not call it over here. Yeah, but validate items. So first let's try to implement the validation. So here you can say if. So first try to validate. You can say bill item dot name, bill item dot item name is exactly equals to undefined. First thing. Or you can say bill item dot item name is exactly equals to empty. Or there are spaces, just spaces, or bill item dot item name dot trim. Trim means what? The white spaces after or before the item name would be removed is exactly equals to empty. Can you see this? If it is there, this is error. This is what? Error. Bad item name. Otherwise, here we can say else now we are going to check if item is already added, item name is already added. So here we can say const is added, is already added. So here we can say bill items dot bill items dot sum. There is one JavaScript function, bill items dot sum, right? And here we can say item arrow it dot item name is exactly equals to bill item name. What is a bill item now? Bill item is a current added item, is nothing but this item. So we are checking this item is available inside this items list. So item name of this bill item is available inside this bill items list. We are checking over here. If it is there, still it is error. Still it is error. Right? Otherwise, here we can say otherwise, else const added, if is added is there, and else if, sorry, I'm sorry, this is wrong. Yeah, if is added, this is error, else this is success. Okay, so brackets are also commented. Else what? Success. If is added, is already added, item already added, error, you can say item already added, item already added. And what is the error over here? Invalid item name, invalid item name. Otherwise, instead of saying success, we can say item name is valid, item name is valid. So this is the validation for item name. So what is the validation for item price? Again, if condition, if you can say bill item, current item. Who is the current item? This is the current item, right? Which is you are typing in, right? This is the current item. So we are checking with bill item dot price, bill item dot price is exactly equals to undefined, or it is undefined, or bill item dot price. So this can, so write into the comment box how this can be rewritten in other way. There is a other way also of writing this, but just to make the simplified version, I am writing like this, just you to understand the things. I am write this. The sum function is there. Sum function means what? Sum of the bill items are exactly equals to the current item, then it is a false, right? If some of the bill items are having same name as a current item, then you cannot add it because that's already added. Okay, see here now. Next, about the price is very easy, not a big deal. If bill item dot price is less than or equal to 0, it is invalid. Always write the brackets, it is invalid. So here we can say error, invalid price, else. So this else block is related to this. If, else what? Success, else success. Here we can say item price is valid. So here also we can check if bill item dot quantity is exactly equals to undefined, or same thing in the brackets, bill item dot quantity is less than or equal to 0, then here we can say success, item quantity is valid, item quantity is valid, item price is valid, and like this. Okay, this is invalid actually. Error, item quantity invalid, else item price is valid. Quantity is valid. Right. Let's check the validations. And now what you need to do, you need to, just a minute. Yeah. So this validate items, okay, we need to validate the items. Now I'm commenting this code is okay, yeah, this code I'm commenting out. And simply I'm writing here validate items. Okay, so this is the one part of the validation. On the click button, we are trying to validate the things. So whenever we are performing the click button on click, we are validating the items. But this is insufficient for the reason, so these things, right, these things we need to set. So if I'm doing something like this, price 34.56, now see the add functionality is not working. Because we have removed that line. But here we need to give the message, error messages. If I say 0, this is valid or invalid, I need to give error messages over here. So how to do that? For doing that part, just a minute. For doing that part, we need to create one more state variable. And that is nothing but the errors. So let's create that. Errors. So here const, here we can say errors, const errors, set errors is equals to use state, and we can create one interface to define the error. We can create an interface here itself, interface IP error, IP ERR. So it would be having which item. So is initial, we can say. So in the beginning, can you see, from the beginning we don't need to show these messages. So this messages needs to be active. Only when we check for the validations. So is initial. So here you can say is initial, is of type boolean, is initial. Then error message is of type string, and is valid is of type again boolean. Again what? Boolean. So this is about the item name. Then we have price, same thing. Price also would be having same things. Now this also can be reduced. So presently I am not thinking quantity. T-I-Q-U-A-N-T-I-T-Y. So presently I'm not thinking about the optimization. In the beginning only I have cleared this. So I will write unoptimized code. So you will get to know how to write optimized code. First you need to know the bad code. So can you see there is a repetition. So these things have been repeated. So these things have been repeated. Just this key is getting changed, but this is repeated. This is repeated. This is repeated. So how to do the optimization is altogether another story. So in this project, I just want to focus on the core business logic, which will help you a lot, right? Which will help you a lot in learning or developing the project. And this project, deliberately I have selected a complex project. It's an actual business project. As I told, this is my actual client project, and this is just 10% of it. So whatever requirement I'm implementing in front of you right now, it's a 10% of it. So I have implemented a huge project for one of the shopping mall, and just 10% I have extracted just to show you what happens in the real projects. Okay, just go ahead and implement the things. Now see, here we need to set the error. Here we need to set the error object. So we have bill, and it's of type IP error, ERR, IP error. Okay, it is of type what? IP error. Now initial data, let's set the initial values. For the item name, we can say is initial is, can you see the minute you say IP error, right, it will accept only those data. So here you are saying the use state is of type IP error. So you cannot write any property over here. It would be error. Why? Because use state is of type IP error. Everything should be as declared before. Okay, is initial, it's true. You can say is initial is true. Then message, it's mandatory. Message mandatory is valid. Sorry, it's comma, is valid, colon true. Item name, here we can say price, and same for, can you see repetition? This is bad. All these things are mandatory. This is mandatory. And here we can say non-zero, non-zero, non-negative, non-zero, non-negative, non-zero, non-negative, is valid, false, actually false, 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 is valid, false. Okay, now what you need to do in the very first thing, instead of writing something like this, what you need to do, first you can write the condition over here, right? First you can write condition over here. So here you can say error, sorry, what is the name? Errors dot item name dot message can be different, and here class, we can just do something like this. Class name is equals to dollar errors dot item name dot is initial or is valid, is initial or is valid. Then what? Then text text green 600, otherwise text red 600. Can you see this thing is mandatory? It is suggesting you. And what we need to do? Text 0.6 rem font size. Can you see mandatory? Or make it 0.7. See how much? Yeah, mandatory. Fine. So same thing is going to get applied everywhere. So message should be automatically coming. So instead of item name here, price, and here price. Here we can say item name quantity, and here quantity. Let us see. Can you see non-zero, non-negative, non-zero, non-negative? Item name DD, price 34, quantity 45. Add will not happen because the functionality we have removed it. But if you say 0 over here and add, okay, still it will not happen because on change of the error object, remember that on change of the error object we need to perform some things. So again we need to take a help of use effect. Can you see use effect hook and dependency list and errors and what errors. So here first we need to check if all are valid. Const all valid. If it is all valid, errors dot item name dot if it is valid, and errors dot price dot is valid, and errors dot quantity dot is valid. If all are is valid, see if all are is valid, then we need to add bill items. Set bill, sorry, if all are valid. Why I am writing like this, I don't know. This is the wrong code. You need to write if all valid. It should be like this. If all valid, set bill items, right? So whatever code we have commented here, this code we need to write over there. This code we need to write over here, right? And at the end, whenever you click and all are valid and everything is happening correctly, so here you can say set bill item to empty. So here we can say id colon empty, item name colon empty, price 0, quantity 0, and quantity what? 0. If all are valid, then and only then add operation will happen. But for that, here we need to set the error object. Can you see this is the error already, item already added. So here we can say this is the error first, right? Set errors into the set errors old colon, okay, this is old colon, sorry, old colon, this is the option, old comma, item name here, and here we can say is initial false. This is not the initial. MSG here we can say need a proper item name required MSG is valid, you can say false. It's not a valid, right? That's why it's a false. Set errors. Here also we need here we need to set the error. Here also we need to set the error. Here we can say item already added. Item already added. So here what we can do, just make dot to lowercase. Here also dot to lowercase, dot to bill item dot to bill item dot item name dot to lowercase. So if there is any case, no problem. If item is there, it will in any form. If anything is upper, anything is lower, if anything, we just have converted to the lowercase, and then we are checking. So item already added. So here else, let's hit the enter. Now you need to give a message item okay, item name okay, is valid true, and it's not an initial, right? Item name is okay, true. Now same thing we need to do everywhere. Or here just give invalid item name, not something like that, invalid item name, that's it. So set error over here. Bill price, so here we can say invalid price. And success, okay, here you need to change now price, invalid item price. And here for the success we can copy this and I'm pasting it, price item price or price okay, price okay. Similarly this error code we need to copy here. Set errors, quantity, invalid quantity. And set errors, sorry, this one, and can you see is initial false, quantity okay, is valid true, and this is quantity. Can you see mandatory non-zero? Let's try to do it now. AAA, price 34, quantity 0, add. Can you see item name okay, price okay, invalid quantity, but these two things should be in a green. Now why that are not in the green? Item name, price, quantity, these two things should be in a green, right? Oh, item name, both are is initial, or here is valid should be there. Here also is valid should be there. Is valid should. Can you see already both are is initial, is valid. So either it is initial or valid, that we need to check. Here also just write okay. Now can you see item name okay, price okay, invalid quantity, and that's why item has not been added. Now make a 10 and say okay, item has been added. Now try to add. Can you see invalid item name, invalid price, invalid quantity. Now let's try to add AAA again, AAA. So this can be anything, this can be anything. Add. Can you see item already added, price okay, quantity okay, but item is already added. That's why I'm not allowing you to add the things. Validation. Now if everything is okay, say B, A, B, and add it. Can you see? It becomes this, it becomes this, it becomes this. If you inspect it and console it, just refresh it, on certain movement you will find there is an error. Can you see there is an error? Error says that the component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. So this error is coming. Well, before moving ahead, let me tell you, validation is completed. I have shown you the demo. Things are happening correctly, right? Things are happening correctly. But this error need to be resolved. This error need to be resolved. It is saying that presently, see here, you need to give some predefined value, right, to the bill item name, empty in the beginning, then price should be 0 in the beginning, and then you can say quantity should be 0 in the beginning. ID, we can say empty in the beginning. Now let's go here, refresh it, and try to add something. Can you see now that error has been gone? The minute I remove this, by default, so controlled and uncontrolled concept of the React is there. Now can you see? If you refresh it, new bill, what happened? Cannot read the properties of undefined item name. Just add it, okay, like this. Refresh it. Now see here, if I add it, can you see there is an error? It is showing you an error because you have not defined you have not defined the state initially. Now refresh it and now try to do it. There is no error, right? So this is the concept of controlled and uncontrolled forms. Okay, fine. So this is all about the validation. This is all about the validation. Let's try to do a last testing. Price pen. Pen is of 5 rupees. I'm needing 30 pens. So 30 into 5, 150. GST calculation and other thing. Let's try to add. Everything is invalid. Now let's try to add eraser. Pardon me for the spelling. 15 erasers. Your 15 rupees is the price. No, eraser is costly. 3 rupees is the price. And quantity 188. Can you see here? It is okay. Delete operation is also performing correctly. This is happening correctly. Even after the adding item, state is getting reset. So this component was the way bigger. Now still one functionality is there, and it requires the server side coding. Mobile number need to be checked. If mobile number is already registered, then and only then this block would be available. But this was a most complex thing that I have implemented in the beginning. Now what's remaining, right? Bill details, just a for loop you need to apply over here, right? Here also this data needs to be taken from the server side. Yeah, here also we need to apply this functionality is also a little bit complex. Searching and sorting, this one. So this is simple, not a big deal. So validations need to be applied here also. And searching here also we need to apply one functionality, right? Fine, we'll do in upcoming videos. Thank you. Hi. Let's work on these local filters. If you remember, whenever I was explaining this component or this screen, I told you this filter will work on the server. So this filter will fetch the data from the backend or server, and whatever data 1020 bills are loaded over here, if you want to search from them, you will use this filter, right? So here you can search by bill number, you can search by mobile, you can search by amount, date, cashier, or the counter. But difference is that you will search in the local, whatever data has been loaded, after this search, you will filter from that data. Getting my point? And that is nothing but this local filter, and here we can consider this as a normal search filter. So whenever you click over here, request would be sent to the backend and data will come from the backend. Okay. Also, few things I have done. Well, I had recorded video, but somehow that has been deleted. Right now, see here, if you have watched a video, if you have watched that part where I have created UI for this, we were unable to perform, or this cursor was very near to the start of this thing, right? Very near to the start of this thing. I have resolved this problem also. So if you go here, can you see in your code, means if you have not implemented this, so this width might be missing. I have added this, and after a lot of trial and error, right, I came to these percentages, 2%, 5%, 5%, 5%, something like this. So this has been updated. You may check it. Also, to this th also there was the percentages. At this th there was the percentages, this width percentages. So I have removed that. Okay. And one more thing, to this input box, if you see to this input box, two things have been added. Width has been supplied like this. Instead of auto width, I have added width like this and added the padding to all the input boxes, which means that over here, so width of this header is rearranged, and what you can say, a width 80% has been applied to this, and padding 2, right? Padding 2, because of the padding 2, cursor is not starting from the beginning or this end. Getting my point? Only these things have been done as far as the UI is concerned. I will repeat again what things have been done. So here width 100% was not there. I added that width, removed the width from all these heads, ths from here, and after doing lot of trial and error, come to the conclusion that width would be like this. Then 80% widths have been added over here, and padding 2 have been added to the input boxes, only that part. So this update is related to the UI. Again, I'm saying already I had recorded full video of doing that trial and error, right? And one thing also I have done this part, but I don't know how that video has been deleted. No problem. Now to test these filters, we need raw data, right? We need sample data. In the future, data will come from the DB, right? But presently we need some sample data. That sample data I have created from the ChatGPT, right? That sample data I have created from ChatGPT. I will explain that part. Before moving ahead to that part, now see, export interface iBill. So this interface also have been created newly. So what this interface will represent? This interface will represent each item inside this table, each TR inside this table. What this? Customer, mobile, bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, items. Items will not required over here, but what I'm saying, this each, what you can say, this object of this, or you can say object of this interface will be, technically interface is not having object, but you can say in this form, object of this type, we can say, that is correct wording. Well, interfaces are never having object, remember that. As per the object oriented principles, You cannot have object for the interfaces. But as far as TypeScript is there, we can say the object which is having this shape. TypeScript is having this concept shape. So in some other video, whenever I will explain TypeScript in detail, I will cover all those things. But presently focus is on the project. So whatever object is having this shape, right, which will represent a row. Can you see bill number, mobile, amount, date, cashier, counter? If you see here, customer mobile, bill number, amount, date, cashier, counter. Getting my point? Mode, items. Customer mobile, bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter. So all these things, which means that this row represents object of this shape, right? Represents object of this shape, and that's why we created this under the bill domain. Under the bill domain, I have created iBill. Fine. Now if you see this object, can you see this object? I'll just copy it just to explain this part. This object, can you see? This JavaScript object is having shape of this interface iBill. Can you see there is a customer mobile? Here is also customer mobile. There is a bill number. Here is a bill number. There is an amount. Here is an amount. Bill date. Cashier, counter, mode, items, and these are the items. Means this JavaScript object, remember that, is having this shape, right? Now see, this JavaScript object will go inside that table, and that's why we created this iBill domain. Okay, and this sample data I generated from the ChatGPT. And prompt, let me give you the prompt as well. Prompt is important. So ChatGPT, due to the limit of the content, ChatGPT has given me, so this is the prompt. ChatGPT has given me response in the two ways. So I will write the prompt somewhere here, ChatGPT prompt, new file, and ChatGPT GPT prompt.txt, and here I can say this is the prompt. Can you see? It's my domain, so I have written in this, if this is my domain class, I need array of, just a minute, I need array of 20 JSON objects. Make sure you will keep bill number unique in an array, and other keys should have duplicate values. Do not give me code for creating data. Supply me array with the static data. Data should be real. Okay, something like this I have submitted to the ChatGPT, and ChatGPT has given me this prompt, this data. Okay, so we got this data, and this will represent each object will represent a row in a table. Each object will represent what? A row in a table. Okay, let us see. First, let's make it dynamic. So how to make that dynamic? A bill item. So go to the JSX, bill items dot map, and here we can say, here just write a destructured way, is of type iBill, IT arrow, and here we can say IT arrow, we would be needing this TR over here, and just reformat the document TR over here. So instead of this, let's write it is of type iBill. So if it is of type iBill, there is a customer mobile. See what customer mobile, bill number, sequence doesn't matter, bill number, amount, then bill date, then cashier, we will have cashier, counter. Only these many fields we would be needing right now. Okay, and here if you can see bill number, so here and second parameter, so this is the first parameter in the map function, remember that. So this much is the first parameter in the map function, this would be the second parameter ind, and here we can say ind plus 1, and here we can say ind plus 1. Okay, and here bill number, we can say underline bill number and bill number, and here also we need that bill number, right? Then here we can say mobile, customer mobile is the field. Then this thing is amount, I think, after the mobile amount. Then this would be bill date, this would be cashier, and this would be counter. Okay, server has been stopped. Restart it again. Yeah, can you see all the bills have been 21. ChatGPT has given one extra. Good. And can you see here some random data we have over here? John Doe, Jane Smith, 1 to 10, counter 1 to 10, 1 to 10. Okay, no problem. For the testing purpose, this is enough. But date is same. ChatGPT has given same date everywhere. ChatGPT has given same date everywhere. Let's try to change it. Say 2000 0101 01 over here 2023. Let's keep it as it is 2022 and 11 then 2020. Okay, so we need to reshuffle the dates. It's work. Not every time ChatGPT works correctly. 990 01 01. No, it's correct only, but little bit accuracy. So 2000 0101 or 0103, and then this build date, let's keep it as it is. 2021 10 10. Here we can say 2021 01 05. Okay, let's keep other as it is. So I wanted counter to be only 1 to 4. So shopping mall is having 10 counter. It's really big. I have not seen the shopping mall with having 10 billing counters. Okay, so if you go here, bill details would be getting loaded, but fine, for the testing purpose this data is enough. We might change the data also. Okay, Jane Smith, there is a duplication. Okay, good. Now if I start something like this, if I start bill 001, only that particular bill would be there. Now if I start mobile number 123, if I do the mobile number 123, wherever 123 is there, all that things need to be filtered. Amount, if 100 is there, all the things related to 100. Same to the date, same to the cashier and other things. How to do that? If you are a good in JavaScript, this is nothing to you. You will implement this very easily. But this is all the game of JavaScript, right? Core concept of the JavaScript. How do you do that? Again, again, what we need to do? What we need to do? First, we need to have a local filter. So we, for purpose of this, let's collapse this first. Okay. No, whole object, let's collapse it. Now what we need to do? We need one state variable. We need one state variable. See, now we need one state variable which will hold values or values of this input values, right? We need one state variable which hold values of this input boxes, right? And we need to have on IP change, the way we have done for creating bill. So here, so let's create the interface of the shape interface, and we can say search filter. Interface what? Search filter. So this search filter interface would be having, search filter interface would be having same things, right? Just a minute. Okay. So search filter also would be having objects similar to the iBill. So, oh, I'm sorry. Let's not delete this. So this interface search filter, you can create it separately over here. That is also okay. Or if you want to use these things, that is also okay, right? But here you need to make one thing. If you want to do in that way, you need to make it optional. A TypeScript optional parameters, a concept in the TypeScript called as optional parameters. Any error after changing it? No, right? Everything is good. So if you want to use this thing as search filter, so what we will do, const, here we can say const, here we can say routes, just a minute, const local search filter, local search, set local search, set local search filter, search filter is equals to use state is of type I bill, is of type what? I bill. Okay, is of type I bill. Local search is of type I bill. Now controlled objects. Okay, so where are those? Yeah, here. So what I will do, let's make hit enter over here, hit enter over here, hit enter over here. Just format correctly for understanding purpose. Format correctly for understanding purpose. Yeah. So here everything is done. Now on change. So we will handle. So you are saying React, hey React, I am going to handle the state. Just don't worry about the state. So here we can say on const on IPCH, on IPCH, on input change. This function we already have written, correct? This function we already have written on IP change. So you can copy that part also. On we can say local IP change, local IP, local input change, or LCL. Let's make LCL IPCH is equals to. So tell me which event you are going to capture. Event is of type, I thought I'm in a class, I'm sorry, change event HTML input element, right? HTML input element, same const. We have done this thing. Now see, there is a repetition. There is a good scope to create a utility function and write it this into that particular class or function. Okay, here it should be arrow, const name and value, name and value, and here you can say e dot target. Now you might be fascinating that how without debugging I am writing this code. There is no magic. On my other screen, my products code is open in front of me. I have that code also I have written. I told you. So this project I actually have implemented for one of the shopping mall. And whatever requirement I have given you, or whatever screens I have built, these are just 10% of that project. So I have implemented a humongous project. Lot of things are there, right? It is just a 10%, and that thing is open on my other screen, and that's why I don't need to debug another thing, because that code is validated, well tested, and it is in the production. Fine. So that is the thing, but you might need to do console.log many times. So why I told you this thing, why I'm not debugging, I have already built this code, right? And working code is in front of me. That's why. But whenever I was implementing first time, I have done a lot of debugging. I implemented this local filter in 3-4 days. Okay. And some of the features that I have used that are readily taken. For example, I have not used the table in this way. Okay. Or I have not used this table. I have used library, data grid library, which will do all this job, right? Which will do all this job. Fine. Let's move ahead. Name and value on local IPCH. And here if you can say if name is exactly equals to counter. So here we are checking value is 0 or what, null is exact, if name is exactly equals to counter, or name is exactly equals to amount. They shouldn't be text, they should be numbers only, right? That's what we are checking. If name is exactly equals to customer mobile, right? So this is the first condition. And here you can say is nan. Here you can say is nan number and value. And you are checking. So what is a nan? First tell me. Sorry. Again, I forgot that I am not in a class, but I am recording the session. It's habitual that whenever I type some little different code, I ask students. So tell me, what do you mean by is nan over here? Before that, tell me what is a nan. Nan is not a number. So you are checking if this given thing is not a number, then return it. If your field, whatever you are inputting, if it is a mobile, or it's an amount, or it's a counter, right? Or it's a counter. If this is the field, or this is the field, right? Here you check that. This condition check that. And value of that is a nan. Value of that. So you are checking is nan is a function. If you supply string to that, it will return true or false. If it will return what? true or false, and that you checked over here. If counter amount customer mobile is null, it returns true. Otherwise, set local filter. Set local filter. And what you need to do, same thing, old, and here destructure, spread the old object and add or update existing keys. Add or update these keys. So on local IPCH, on local IP. So where is that? Input boxes, yeah, on local IPCH, you need to add this over here. You need to add this over here. You need to add this here, 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 and here. Okay, now first part of the controlled inputs has been done. Second part, you need to set the value from this state variable. You need to set the value from this state variable, right? You need to set the value from this state variable. How to do that? Value is equals to local filter dot whatever it is, bill number. Similarly, I'll copy all these things so it would be little easier. So local filter dot, what is this? Customer mobile. Remember that we have not added a name. If you remember, in the new bill we have added name everywhere, which means that this name, which input you are typing in, we will do that part also. Just a minute. Value, local filter dot, what is this? Amount. Local filter dot amount. Over here, value, this is date, local filter dot bill date. Can you see why to go with the interfaces? Value, cashier, local filter dot cashier, value, sorry, local filter dot, and what is this? Counter. And what? Counter. So name has not been added. Name has not been added. Name, here we can say name. Name should be, you can keep name same like this. It's not necessary, but it's a good practice. Name attribute, customer mobile, customer, just check it. You are assigning customer mobile to customer mobile or what? Yeah, see, you are making mistake over here. It should be bill number, bill NO. Then here name is equals to, what is this field? Remember that for check, what is this field? Mobile. See here, placeholder is mobile, but the key in the code is customer mobile. Remember this thing. What is this? Amount, name, amount. Here what's the name? Name, bill date, bill date. Here what's the name? What is this? Cashier, cashier. Here what's the name? Well, you don't require all these things if we use the ready-made form component. Sorry, if we use some third-party libraries, but I want you to show you everything. What happens behind the scene? Counter. Okay, search filter dot counter. Okay. Now, if anything goes wrong, I need to check it also. So bill number, okay, happening. Can you see mobile? I'm trying to enter. Now you might be getting some error. That error, yeah, see, same error. Yeah, what is this error? Each child should have a key prop. This we can solve it by means of UUID, no problem. But see, there is a problem in the responsiveness. But this, close it, and see, in the beginning you are entering text, and see, this is some different error. A component is changing uncontrolled input to be controlled. To solve this error, if you remember what we have done, we have set the default values. Here you need to set the default values. Say bill number, you can say empty. Customer mobile, in the beginning it should be empty. Bill number, customer mobile. Amount, say 0. Amount, you can say 0. Bill date, you can say empty. Why amount we are getting? Oh, amount is string. Amount should be number. Let's change over here. Amount should be number. Bill date should be string. Cashier should be string. Empty. Counter should be 0 in the beginning. Counter. Fine. That's enough. We require only these things. How many input boxes we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many fields are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It is giving error somewhere. Somewhere we are getting an error. Oh. Now everywhere we need to change just to make it 100 like this. Also just remove these hyphens. Okay, laborial work we need to do now. We can ask ChatGPT also, but it will take time. Can you see why you go with the interfaces? Can you see it is validating the data? This doesn't happen in the JS, and that's why people go for TS. Can you see it is giving you an error? It is giving you an error. Just remove it. Well, there is a shortcut to this also, but it might be little trial and error way. So let's do it in manual way. So I'm removing that hyphens, remember that. Fine, this hyphen, and this type we have changed. ChatGPT is correct. ChatGPT has given data in the string format, but later on we change the domain object, and this is why your meetings with the front team and the back team and the DB team should happen very frequently, and you should follow Scrum stand-up regularly to avoid these problems at the production grade. Right? So consider that you change a domain in the front end side, but you didn't change in the server side. It would be huge trouble. Lot of things you need to do. Right? So your meetings, your coordination with other teams should happen more frequently. That's why Agile is there. Sometimes I will record video on the Agile as well. Okay. Just remove it. Make it number. So how many remaining? Yeah, few only. Just do it. Okay. To the ChatGPT, if you give format also, it does very correctly. Yeah, now it is okay. Now see, you shouldn't get that error. See, there is no error. One error you should expect, that is the key prop. We will solve this error, don't worry. So here, if I start, can you see there is no error? And can you see I'm trying to enter text, that is not happening. But here, if I'm entering this, which is working, and there is no error. 0 instead of 0, if you start typing something, it is not happening. Say 34 will work. Cashier will work. Counter will not work. If you, other than number, if you try to add something, it will not work. Well, one thing about this have been completed. Okay. Validations and other thing. Well, still we don't require validations actually over here, but yeah, we don't require validations to this part, but whatever required things that we have added. Let's try to set the date and see what happens. 15/10/2023. Okay. Now the core logic. So far we were doing a complementary work. Now core logic. So you tell me, where shall I write the core logic? I want to check. I want to filter out the data. So where should I write the logic? Write it in the comment box. Pause the video, write the comment, again play the video. Okay, here I will tell you use effect. So remember that by considering the complexity of the project, I didn't add optimization related things. I didn't add what? Memory optimization related things to it. First digest this much code and then try to optimize the code. First digest this much. If we could add use callback, use memo, right, it would be little bit, you need to add more line of code, but I don't want to do that, right? This is not for the client, but this is for understanding and learning purpose. So you should make a mistake over here. Okay, so here you can say local search filter. We can add local search filter, correct? So if there is a change in the local change filter, kindly apply this use effect function. So here we can say const filter const FLT. Const what? FLT. Just a minute. Const FLT. And what you need to filter out? Bill items. Just remove bill items, simply bills. Bill item has a different meaning. Simply bills. Okay, now where we need to make a change? Here bills. Here where? Okay, it is related to this. Okay, only one place we need to make a change. So const filtered is equals to bills dot filter. Bills dot filter. And to this bills dot filter, we need to check our condition. We need to check what? Our condition. So here let's use the object. Let's use the object of iBill type. So this is the object. Arrow, and this object is of type, because I would use the destructured way, iBill. Okay, so here inside this bills there would be bill number, there would be customer mobile, bill number, customer mobile, amount, sorry, not here, amount, bill date, cashier, counter. See, bills is your original array, this array, and I want to filter out the data. in such a way that it will give me only filtered data from that bills array. And for that, filter array requires true or false. If it is a true, condition is true, then it will filter out, otherwise not. So what we would be returning, we would be just checking what is getting matched. So const mobile match is equals to local search filter. So here is equals to local search filter dot customer mobile, right? Local search filter dot customer mobiles. Dot includes. Now see, there is a problem. Dot what? Includes just a minute. Customer mobile dot includes local search filter dot customer mobile. Can you see here? There is a problem because this can be undefined. This thing can be undefined, and that's what it is saying. So here we can say or we can say, or simply let's do in this way. Just remove this. Let's remove this. So first we need to check local search filter dot customer mobile. If it is there, we need to check local search filter dot customer mobile, which means that this is not undefined, proper value is there, dot trim, and just check it is not equals to empty, and just check it is what? Not equals to empty. If it is not equals to empty, then customer mobile dot includes, what you can say, if it is not empty, then local search filter dot customer mobile, and otherwise return true. See, this is a ternary operator we have used. Local search filter dot mobile, and if local search filter is having valid value, then just check it is not empty, right? And then go ahead here. See, if I remove this, it will give you an error. Fine. So we are making sure over here like this, and then now why I have done this thing. If here you can say, if I add extra spaces like this is also invalid, right? I have made white spaces, and that's why I trimmed it. And if it is empty, and then you should go ahead something like this. Okay, then customer mobile, first we will check all the strings over here. Okay, mobile match. Okay, let's go with the amount, no problem. Const amount match, and over here you can say local search filter dot amount. If amount is there, right, here you can say amount, which is nothing but this amount. This amount is from the array. Remember that this customer mobile is from the array. This amount we are checking, this amount is exactly equals to local search filter dot amount. otherwise return true. Sorry, otherwise return true. Amount match, then const bill date match. We need to check the bill date over here. So local search filter dot bill date and short circuit and, don't say and or logical and. Okay, local filter if it's a string. Okay, then here we can say local search filter. Okay, because there is, okay, let us see what happens. Then bill date, this bill date dot includes, this bill date dot includes this local search filter dot bill date, otherwise return true. Bill date match, bill number match, const bill number match is equals to, so here we need to do same thing because that can be empty and the white spaces. Local search filter dot bill number dot trim, right? Then this bill number from an array, bill number dot includes, what you can say, local search filter dot bill number, otherwise return true. Spelling mistake. Bill number match, cashier match, same thing about the cashier also. Everything would be same about the cashier. So cashier match. So here we can say cashier, and sorry, here cashier, here local search filter dot cashier. Okay, local search filter dot bill number, bill date. Okay, now cashier match, counter match, it's like amount. Counter match is like amount, and here we can say counter is getting matched or not. Counter, and here we can say counter from the array is exactly equals to counter, right? And then anding of all this, mobile match and amount match and bill date match. I have doubt about bill date match, so I will keep it outside. Bill number match and cashier match and counter match. Okay, let's restart the server. And here you can just refresh it. Any error? Mobile number? Oh, still code is not complete. Now see, now here what we need to do, here what we need to do, technically, you need to do something like this: set bills and filtered. This is what you will do. Now refresh the code and see. Can you see data is getting changed? Whatever data is having 1 2 3 4 5, can you see 6, only these items would be having 4 5 6 9 0 4 5. Yeah, see, after this it will not work. It will work for only first time. There is a reason, because you are changing the original array. We don't need to change original array. What we need to do, we don't need to change original array, but we need to change the filtered array. So you got the concern or not? I will show you again. So here I can say, here you can say John. Just refresh it. Now for the name and other things, customer mobile dot to lowercase, just remove the cases, to lowercase, and here also to lowercase. Just check the two strings by making it lowercase. So everywhere you can do that. Wherever there is a string, you can do that. Bill number you have dot to lowercase, and this dot to lowercase dot includes, and the cashier name dot to lowercase cashier dot to lowercase. Okay, just refresh it. Now I can say J small. Can you see I have done J small and it is giving me capital J. So these names are having J O. These names are having J O, right? J O. Okay, now see, this is not working for second time. It is the reason. So you are changing original bills data. Can you see here original bills data? So we need to retain this original bills data. So how do you do that? Const, we can say, let's create one more state variable, filtered, set filtered, set filtered, filtered is equals to use state. So this would be again I bill. Okay, and here I can pass initial value as a bills array. Initial value as a bills array. Why there is an error? Bills array, argument type bill array. Oh, I'm sorry, it should be bill array. Yeah, and here instead of doing it on the main thing, you can say do it on the filtered. This is working. And set filtered, instead of doing set bills, here we can say set filtered is the filtered. Can you see what we did? So this bills we got from the server, we set it to the filtered. We set it to what? Filtered. Okay, we set it to the filtered, and then we iterated over the filtered. Instead of bills, we have iterated over the filtered. And then in the use effect, you tried filtering. Just try now. Bill number, so just try 1 2 3 4 5 6. So only 10 people are having 1 2 3 4 5 6. And what I want to do now, amount is 100. Any error? Key prop. Okay, key prop error we will resolve. 1 2 3 4 amount. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and cashier, can you see cashier John Doe is for 2 people. So 1 2 3 4, can you see this is one thing, remember that this is one thing, okay, and inside that second filter is working now. So this much is the data, and inside that second filter is working. Can you see that? If I say John, so both would be there. John, only date difference is there. 100 is same, right? John Doe, bill number 01, bill number 01. Well, this is a problematic. No two bills would be having same bill number. Let's change it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9 0. Go to the original data. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9 0. This is a bill number 01. There is a one more John Doe. There is a one more John Doe. Let's make bill number 002. Okay, let's make 002 and also change the counter to 2 or 3. Let's refresh it. Mobile 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and then we can say John Doe, and now see 1 2 3 4 6 have filtered this much. After you say cashier J, right, again that names have been more filtered by means of J, which contains J, and now I can say the counter is 1. Counter is 1. Now, why these numbers related things are not working? I don't know. We need to check it. Counter should be 1. Are we getting any error? Counter is 3. If I 1 and 3, what's happening with the counter? Let us see what is happening with the number counter. If counter is exactly equals to local search dot counter, local search filter dot counter, it's 0. It's 0. If it's 0, it should directly return 1. It should directly return true. And if counter is exactly equals to local search filter counter, then it should work. Counter match is there, mobile match is there. Okay, what is happening with the amount? Let's remove all these things. And if I say 100, okay, we need to debug it. Let's write console.log over here. First we need to see what input we are getting. Name, here we can say name, dollar, what name we are getting, and value, dollar, what value we are getting. Just refresh it, open the console. The key prop related issue we will resolve. Here we can say J. Can you see name is cashier? It is this. Amount value is 10. Amount value is 10. That is correct. Counter key is name is counter, value is 12. That is also correct. Then why it is not matching? Bill number, amount, counter, amount match, local search filter dot amount 10. If it is true, it will go inside this. Can you see this 10? What is the amount in array? What is the, oh, can you see 10.00 is the amount, 100.00 is the amount. Let's try to 100.00. No, 100.00. No, 100.00. No amount is getting selected. 90, 45, 45.25. What's the reason? Just collapse this. Are the types same? Are the types same? Yeah, that is the concern. Types were not same, which means that type inside array and type inside the domain is having number, counter is having number, right? So something is happening internally. And what do you mean by triple equals? Value and the type. You getting my point? Value and what? Type. So here if I do like this, value and type, refresh it, not working. Remember that counter 1 not working. But if I remove the triple equals and make it double equals, value and type, value and type, sorry, double equals is just value. Refresh it. Now I can say 1. Can you see now? To the 1 only. Now it is working. If I say 30, for the 30, 2 records are there. For 30, there are 2 records. Bill number is working. BIL 001. It is working. Mobile number is also working. Amount is working. Now see, what do you mean by experienced developer? What do you mean by judgment? So your code is exactly correct. Everything is correct over here. But until you don't know the difference between double equals and triple equals, you cannot solve this problem. Getting my point? Until and unless you are very well aware of there can be problem of type also. So core concern is this. JavaScript says that. Now just a minute. Now here we can say inspect. What is happening? Let me tell you. Go to the console, clear it. Now see, this one is double equals to 1 or not? It's true. Can you see? The string 1 is equals to 1. But string 1 is triple equals to 1, false. This is happening in our case. Which means that somewhere in our data that we need to debug now. Who is string and who is number? That we need to debug. Who is string and who is number over here? So exactly same things are happening over here. Now what do you mean by experience? This thing is called as experience. So until you develop the lot of project and you have faced such issue, you will not resolve this thing. Getting my point? Right? And that's why amount was somewhere, I don't know from where it is taking string, might be data somewhere is faulty, don't know, or somewhere here we are making it string. What's that? Value. Okay, somewhere might data is getting changed to the string. Getting my point? Why it is happening? Okay, let's try it for the date. Well, date match filter we have removed it. Date match and you can say date match, bill date match. Bill date match. So let us see here, bill date match. Yeah, it is working. Can you see all the 15, 10, 23, 15, 10, 23. Inside that cashier is J and on the counter 2. Can you see? On the counter 2, these many bills have been generated. Amount is this. Bill number 2. Well, this is wrong actually. Bill number cannot be unique for the same, but this is the raw data we have. Well, this is what the search filter all about. This is how we can implement what this search filter. Let me push the code. Here we can say bill local search filter. I hope you got the thing, how exactly we have implemented. Well, I will give you a quick update. You don't need to take these much efforts. Ready-made libraries are there. You may use those libraries, but remember that. But if you want to implement, but you need to know how things are working internally. That's why I'm doing from scratch. Otherwise, it is not required. In my project, I didn't do this much efforts. I have used the ready-made libraries. Fine. This is all about this local search filter. Now this remote search filter we will talk about at the time of backend integration. Now same thing is here. Can you see this mobile? Here also we need to have some raw data, and just this filter we need to apply now. And we just need to apply this filter. That's it. We'll do in the next video. Thank you. Hi. So we have completed validations and other things for bill thing, the searching and sorting criteria for this bill. Now what we would be doing, we would be completing searching sorting for customers. This customers. Now if you see in the bill section, or we have here, we have implemented in the bill section, we are searching by means of multiple fields. If you look at the customer, we would be searching only by means of mobile. So this is pretty easy, right? But we need to create the fake data first. So here we have used the static data, right? This we need to remove with the fake data. The way we have done in the bill section, we need to have a state variable first, const. Well, whenever we implement the server side code, these things might change in bill section also, in customer sections also. So here we can say customers, set customers is equals to use state, and the state variable should be an array. But if you remember, for the bill section we have created one domain. In the same fashion, we will create a domain for customer hyphen domain. A domain is business entity. What is the domain? Is a business entity which represents actual business entity, like bill is one business entity. Similarly, customer is also a business entity. So what customer would be having? Mobile number, name, email, DOB. Mobile number, name, email, and the DOB. So whenever you say customer, we can say export interface, I customer. Okay, so here we have name is of type string, then mobile is of type again string, mobile is of type string, email is of type string, DOB is of type here string. Okay, DOB is of type what? String. Now what we need to do, this is our customer. This interface represents the customer. This interface represents the shape of the customer. And here we need to say these customers would be an array of customers. Array of, do we have exported that? Export interface I customer, right? And it should be having array. So I have generated one array using ChatGPT. I have generated an array using ChatGPT. So this is an array over here, but why we are getting error? Okay, I customer array. We didn't set this is an array. Format the document. So this is the array. So in the very beginning, let's convert this thing. Similarly, here we need to, the way we have done for the bills, if you see bills, set bills we have, and can you see there is a filtered data. So same thing we would be having. So this is the state. I will collapse it, and here instead of I bill, I customer, right? And here instead of this, you need to have the customers. So we will iterate over this array. Inside here, let's go into the JSX block, and I can say filtered dot map, and here we can say cust. So let's write it in the destructured way. Or here we can say cust is of type I customer, arrow like this, and here you can say like this, and add this tr into this flat map. Reformat the code. Reformatting is important. I give very much importance to the well aligned and the formatted code. Okay, so instead of having this, let's use a destructured way. So in a destructured way, what we would be having: mobile, name, email, DOB, right? And second parameter would be index, index. So the serial number would be index. Remember that index starts from 0.1, and here we can add mobile. Here mobile. Here we can say name. Here you can say email, DOB, and here can you see we have passed static mobile, and we can pass mobile like this. Can you see these many customers we have, registered customers? Now if I type J, all the customers which contains J should be there. Only mobile, we need to search only by mobile, sorry, not by name, only by mobile. Remember that we need to search only by mobile. Fine. So how to do that only by mobile? Easy. This is the bills. If you remember, we can say first we need to write on IPCH, on this on change event over here, and we need one state variable for that. And here we can say const mobile set mobile use state is of type string, and like this. Okay, and then we need to write a function on IPCH. So here we can have one function, use navigate another thing. Okay, here I can say on IPCH, on input changed, and here let's remove this thing, counter. Okay, let's remove this thing. If name is exactly equals to mobile, only mobile over here, return change event. You can add a import, right? Remove this console.log. Okay, so here you are checking if entered is text or what. right? So here instead of this we need to have a name keyword. Name is equals to mobile. On change, sorry, on change, on change is equals to on IPCH, on IPCH. Value is equals to mobile. Value is equals to mobile. This is a state variable, remember that. And here we can say set mobile. So we are doing this thing almost for every screen. Set mobile. And what? This value. Set mobile. Over here we can say old arrow. We can say, okay, it is not an object, I'm sorry. So it's just a string. It is just a string. So what we need to do? It is just a string. Just a minute. Just you don't require old also. Simply say value. That's it. Simply say what? Value. Can you see I'm trying to enter empty string, not happening. Inspect it, refresh it. So you'll get one error related to the key prop, because everything should have a unique value. Okay, and I'm now entering mobile and that is working fine. So here we can say set mobile is nothing but that mobile and this. So this is working correctly. Okay, now next thing, filter. We need to filter out when this mobile gets changed. When this mobile gets changed, we need to filter out. Use effect here, and then you can say like this, use effect. And which thing? A dependency list. In the dependency list, if mobile gets changed, then call this hook use effect. Then simple, it's not a big deal. Const filtered or FLT is equals to customers dot filter. Customers dot filter, right? Customers dot what? Filter. And here we need a whole object, and into this mobile, this object is of type I mobile. This object is of type, okay, I don't know why this doesn't work in the beginning. Here we can say cust is of type I customer, and then here we can write a lambda. And now you can destructure. Only one thing we require from this is the mobile. Only one thing we require from this is what? Mobile. Now it is easy. If you see the bills, we have match for mobile, amount, bill date, bill number. So you don't require any match over here. Just one thing you need to check. If mobile, right, if this mobile spelling is wrong. Instead of mobile, let's have search term or search term. Instead of search term, search mobile or mobile search. Search mobile. Set search mobile, set search mobile. We need to change this, and here also we need to change search mobile. And now here we are going to check. Here we are going to check if search term or search mobile, because if we keep the name mobile, the keys would be same. If search mobile is there, then you should search into this mobile, array mobile dot includes mobile dot includes this search mobile, otherwise return true. When you say return true, filter is working, and then you can say otherwise is return what? True. Okay, colon, sorry, and set filtered FLT, set filtered FLT. In my opinion, this should, okay, in the input box also there is a problem. Search mobile, refresh it. Okay, now just try to search. Can you see it is changing? 4 5 6 7 8 9. Can you see only these many mobiles is having this thing? You are searching by means of mobile, correct? You are searching by means of mobile, and it is working in this way. Let's try exactly 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Can you see only one record is there related to this? Now delete and delete and this thing. So how delete works, we'll see. That is the server side part. Actually edit also, this is the server side part, we will see. Can you see now whatever number is here, if you see here 3 4 5 6 8 9 0 2, click over here. Can you see that particular mobile number is here, which means that other aspects are also working properly. Now remember one thing, we already have spent 1 hour on bills filter. From scratch we implemented, and same thing we have used for the customers. That's why we have completed this screen little bit early. But, and also there was only one thing, only one key was there, that is the mobile. By means of mobile we need to search these customers for deletion or edit, whatever, right? So we have come so long, right? We have come so long, we have implemented a lot of things. This is the real project. I'm again saying this is the actual project. Such types of project you need to implement in the company, or more difficult than this, but something like this. Okay, so here if you can see, there is a new customer validation, but so far I have done validation on the client side, right? So far I have done validation in the React part. Now I want to teach you how to do validation on the server side also. For that reason I am keeping this new customer screen. For the new customer we will do server side validation. What we will do? Server side validation. Okay, everything would be implementing on the server side, and that's why I have kept this screen invalidated. So let us see how these things work shortly. But before that what I would be doing, presently we have loaded this data. So how I'm going to jump to the server side, I'm telling you that part. Presently we have loaded this data in this customer's use state. So this is the customer's use state, even for the bills, static data over here. But what I want server to give this data, static data only, but I want server to give this data. First we will see this part. Also at many places if you see details page, can you see still details page is static one. So this data is coming statically. Can you see bill number we are writing statically? That is okay. So here itself we have written. Now we would be taking this data, a static data only, but from the server. Server should give this static data. And can you see here these TRs are written statically. We need to convert it to a dynamic thing. So first we will implement this. Okay, first we will implement this, and then whenever whenever we will reach to that point, how to send data to server, at that time I will cover these validations again. But before that, we will see how to load the data from the server, and then we will do how to send the data to the server. Okay, and at the last we will learn the analytics. Fine, this is it for this video. We'll meet shortly. Thank you. Hi. We have seen this feature, how customer search will work here. You can say 6, 7 or 9, 9, 8. Okay, everything start from 1, 2, 2. Can you see this feature we have seen? And almost we have completed functionalities for the screens. Almost we have completed what? Functionalities for the screens. Now what we need to do? Build details page, customer details page is there, and we need to make this page dynamic. Sorry, not dynamic. Presently we are loading data. Can you see? You are loading data from here. You are loading data in the React itself, but I want to get this data from the server. So few easy steps are there. Let us see what needs to be done. Now, if you remember the architecture of the RemixJs, if you remember architecture of the RemixJs, that is full stack data flow. Let me open this page. Let me open the page. If you see this, loaders, component, and the action. Loaders and the action are the server side part. Component is your React. So loaders can supply data to the component. Component can send data to the server, and once, or you can say actions, and once component sends the data to the actions, loaders would be getting updated. So which means that we need to work on this part. So presently we have seen this part. Now we will work on this part. Loaders will load the data. How? We will see. Let's modify this page, customers page. See here, in the same application, we can say export a sync, because in the future, database ASYNC, in the future, database connectivity will happen over here. Function, async function, loader, okay, and params can be anything. Async function, loader. And if you see, we need to import something. Import one thing, JSON from remix node, from at remix run node. So this, consider that here we will write db query, which will fetch the data and send it to the component. Never forget, loaders supply data to the component, and that part we are creating. Return, from here we are returning a JSON, and whatever JSON we have here, I'm just removing that JSON from here, JSON array from here, and just pasting it like this, and simply pasting it what? Like this. So this is the server side entity. Now this entity will communicate with your component. How? You can say use loader. Use loader. There is one thing called as use loader. So here you can add use loader data, and instead of this state variable, just comment this out, and here we can say use loader data, and it should be type of loader. So this guy, type of loader. Can you see? It should be of that part. Now let's remove this thing and just say customers. Customers. Here you can say what? Customers. Well, this customers should be an array loader. Can you see this loader, which is returning a JSON and JSON array? And here if you can say it's an array, it's an array, and this is the static data we have. If you see, okay, this is the problem. Just remove this array. Array inside array has happened. If you see what is happening, array inside array has happened. Just remove outer array and remove this also. This will suffice the needs. Reformat the document. Reformat the document. Return JSON, and this, see, error have been resolved. So mistakenly I have pasted array inside array. That's what the concern over here. Now if you go here, where is our project? Refresh it. In the customers page, it is working as it is. There is no difference. But difference over here internally is that the data is not directly generated by React component. Data is supplied by loader. This is loader. So here we are fetching whole and sole data from the DB. We are fetching whole data from this DB, and then we are converting it to the JSON. We are converting that data to the JSON and sending it to the React component, the use loader. See here, loaders supply data to the component. So this we have done in the customers. This we have done in what? Customers. Let's do same thing in bills page. So this one. So presently data is generated inside the component only. So here we can say export async function loader, 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 and return. So we need this import. Let's import it. Return JSON. And yeah, let's do not write array inside this. That causes the error last time. So let's copy this much code. So all these things we will copy. Static data. After some time data will come from DB. So I'm just copying it from here and pasting it here. Copying it from here and pasting it here. So here we can see, just remove this thing. Use loader data. Here, use loader data. So use loader data is responsible for loading the data into component. Use loader data. And here we can say type of loader. Which type of data we would be needing? This type, loader type of data. So loader is returning JSON array. So that's why it will work. Can you see? Bills use loader data and this thing. Let us see the bills section is working or not. Go to the bills and here I can say 100. There are two things that is working. Cashier, Jane, okay, working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you see? 1, 2, 3, 4 is getting included. So this is also working. So what we have done here, we have removed the data which is there in the form of a state to the remix loader. Okay. Now build details page is also there. Now here what we will do, we will write loader in the beginning. Here we can say use loader data, right? Use what? Loader data, and export function loader, and here we can say export function loader, and async. Presently we don't require this async keyword. Here also we don't require async keyword. Here also. Now if you see this part, build details, just go here, click on this. You define the loader, okay, but we didn't use it. It is saying that you have used the loader but didn't use it. Fine, no problem. Just comment this out and go here. Yeah. So what data should coming from the server? So this bill number is coming from here, right? So if you want to read the bill number, still loader will help you. Remember that, still loader will help you. So this bill number should come over here. This mobile number should come from DB. UPI, this mode should come from DB. Date should come from DB. Cashier come from DB. This come from DB. And this details also should come from DB. So here we can go export loader. So first, how to read this parameter, that we will see. So here it has one object, say args, and this is of type loader function args. Loader function args. Can you see it is from the React node? So we can destructure it, and inside that there is something called as params. Inside that there is something called as params. So what we will do, we are going to return a JSON object. So we need to have a JSON also here. JSON. We need to have a JSON, and we will return an object first. Into that object we will return an object. So it would be having two things: build details, BLDTLs. This would be an object, build details, and there would be having items, bill items. This would be an array. Bill items would be an what? Array. So here we can have bill details. So in the bill details, what we would be needing? Mobile. Bill number, first we would be needing bill number, and see that bill number will come from this params. How do you do that? So whole and sole params are represented by the params object, right? And here we can say params dot bill number, params dot bill number. If you go here to the route, what is the name of the variable? Dollar bill number. So what is the name of this variable? Dollar bill number, right? So that bill number will come over here inside the params. Now if I console this, console.log and params. Console.log what? Params. Now what will happen? You have written console.log params over here. You will simply go to the browser. And you will start finding the params. So this bill number, so that console.log should be printed over here. You might think that okay, console.log should be printed over here. But remember that you will not get console.log over here, for the reason this console.log you have not written in the React part. You have written this in the server side part, which means that the log will not be getting printed in this console, but log would be getting printed in this console. but log would be getting printed in this console. Can you see here? Params has been printed, bill number BIL001. Can you see BILL001? Bill NO BIL001. Can you see that? So remember that this loader, if you go to the full stack, loader and action are the server side component. Whatever logs you will print into the loader and action, that will not be presented in this console. Those would be presented in the server console. That is nothing but this. I hope you got the idea. Okay. So bill number. So if you see, it's a object bill number dot. So params dot bill number. Params. This is the whole object is params dot bill no. Params dot bill no is this. Now inside the, and few more details are also there. If you see, bill number mobile. So here we can say mobile. Here we can say customer mobile. Customer mobile. And some 98764 whatever, this part. Then we will have customer mobile, then we will have mode, okay, UPI, mode, UPI we can say. Okay, so this can be a iBill type of object. We can send the object of type iBill, right? So these values can be taken from the iBill. Okay, mode we have got. Then what we would be needing, date cashier counter. Date, bill date, I think bill date 2020 0101, bill cashier ABC, counter 1, and the items in the items array, item, price, quantity we need to send. item object, item name we can say pen, price here we can say 20, quantity we can say 20, one item, second item pencil, 2 item 100, third item eraser, price 3 rupees, here we can say 5 rupees, here 3 rupees, and here 400 items, 430 items. Okay, so loader is returning this kind of data. So I will keep the console.log just for your understanding purpose. Then here const, here we can say a destructured way, BL, here we can say BL DTLs and ITMS is equals to BL DTLs ITMS is equals to use a loader data, type of loader data is the loader, type of loader data is the loader, and here we can say bill number. So here we can say bill details. So we can destructure, sorry, BL DTLs. Let's destructure the bill details also. Const bill number, customer mobile, mode, bill date. So all these keys, bill number, customer mobile, mode, bill date, cashier, cashier and counter destructured way, and I can assign this BLDTLs, cashier, CA, okay, here comma is missing, cashier and counter. So here straight away you can say bill number. So here we can say mobile, customer mobile, here also customer mobile, mode, we can say mode. So here we can say this value bill date, then cashier, and here we can say counter and the counter. Okay, now so let's remove this one row, because we would be writing now for loop over here. That is nothing but items in the JSX block, items dot map, items dot map, and here we can say it is of type bill item, it is of type, let's import the bill item, import I bill is of type what, I, okay, we need one more, it is of type I bill, like this. Here also let's, and we can copy this JSX, paste it here, what's the error? Okay, I got it. So it is saying that, so let's do something like this, const BLDTLs, is of type is of type I bill is equals to hold this object. And here we can pass BLDTLs in this way. Now bill number, customer mobile, mode, bill date, cashier, oh I'm sorry, it is not of type I bill, it's an item, remember that, I'm sorry, so made a mistake, it is not of type I bill, but this items is of type, so const items is of type I item, array of the I item. And what we can do, it's an array, and into that array simply copy these three things. So we can pass this object like this, straight away like this, right? We can pass the object like this, and here it's not of the type I bill, I item, and that was the error. So item name, price and quantity, item name, price and quantity. So here we, and second parameter of this index, so here we can say ind plus 1, and item name What is this? Price or quantity? What is second? Price. Third, quantity. And third is what? Quantity. Okay. Now for calculating this total, you just need to multiply. For calculating this total, what you need to do, you simply need to multiply price into quantity. But see, price can be null, right? So in the bracket, write a bracket over here, price and an or 0 to the quantity also. If price is not there, short circuit it like this. Okay, now we need to calculate this total GST and grand total. This code we already have written in the new bill section. In the new bill section we already have written. Yeah, let's copy this, use state and use GST. The logic we already have written, use state and use GST, imported into the here, use state, use state. Why? Oh, I'm sorry. It should be in the React. So this is required. So can you see I have written use state in a remix React. That is not required. So this is also not required over here. Just two things we would be needing, use effect and this. I hope you have seen creation of the new bill in detail. So in detail we have, so here in detail we have seen how to calculate the total and GST. If you have any confusion, just revise to that particular video. Just revise to that particular video and check it. Fine. So I'm just copy pasting from there. New bill. Now use effect we need to copy. Where is that use effect? This one. This one, use effect we need to copy. So this use effect, instead of bill items, here these items, on these items and on these items. So total and the GST we need to use here. This total over here we can say total, and here we can say GST, total and the GST, and then we can say this grand total is total plus GST, total plus GST. Let's go to the bill section, click on the bills details, and can you see pen pencil eraser 400 500. So 2020 400 500, and can you see this thing is working? The data is coming. Can you see this bill number? If I say bill number 2, here you can see it will happen bill number 2 automatically. Can you see bill number 2? Bill number 2. And the calculations and other things will happen appropriately. So what we have shifted, presently we were writing our static data in the React component. Now we have shifted that to the loaders. As per the technical details of the RemixJs, loaders should supply data to the components, and that's what we have implemented. Here is the loader, and this loader should supply data to the React component. That's what we have implemented. So one more component is remaining, I guess. That is nothing but customer details. What is that? Customer details. Okay. Now in the customer details, what will happen? Same thing. We have Well, there is no calculation and other thing, just plain data. If you go to the customer details page, let's go to the customer. This is the customer details page. So this data, whatever mobile is over here, that mobile should be here. Then this will come from the DB, and this table, right? These are the recent transactions, but these transactions are related to the bill transactions. So in the DB, we need to get the data from two collections. We'll see that at the time of DB. Okay, now I will not take that efforts. I will simply copy paste the things the way we have done in bill details. First, required imports. So these we would be needing, because we need to read from the URL. Then we would be needing, we don't require this actually, we simply need this loader data. Link don't require. We need this loader data, and we need this loader function, and we need what? This loader function. Now here I customer, it should be I customer, and these are the recent transaction, bill date, amount, and mode. So this should be array of I bill, array of I bill. Okay, I customer is also imported, so we can say CST DTLs, customer details, and here BL DTL, and what? BL DTL, CST DTL, or we can say CST DTL, or we can say recent transaction, RC TXNs, recent transactions. Okay, and from here CST DTLs, here we can say CST DTLs, RC transactions. Okay, now inside the customer details, what we need? Mobile, we can say, so that mobile needs to be read from here, and we can say params dot, can you see what's the variable name? Remember that the $mobile is the variable name, $bill is the variable name. So we need to skip the dollar and simply write mobile. Then DOB, here we can say 1990 0101. Name, mobile, email, DOB, name, email, aa@dd.com, and here we can say name, here we can say ABC. And why is the problem to the mobile? Okay, just do something like this in the comment, in the backticks, because it is saying that I will not accept undefined, so it would be empty string in that case, right? Now I bills, from the bills object, what we would be needing? Okay, from I customer, just a minute, from I customer is this, from the bills object, what we would be needing? Go to the UI and see, we need bill number, date, amount, and the mode. Bill number, it's an array, remember that. Bill number, we can say BIL 001, static data. Bill date, we can say 2020 0101, bill date. Amount, we can say total amount 300, and mode we need to know, and here we can say UPI. Let's have one more bill or two more bills, 0010, and here we can say 0301 cash. One more bill we can have for this customer, say 110 2021 0101 and card, right? And these details are written to the React component. So here I can collect those details here. Now here customer details and recent transactions, customer details and what? Recent transactions. So in the customer details section, we can write this mobile or customer mobile. What is that? Mobile. Okay, we didn't destructure the customer details. Let's destructure it. Const is of type, or here we can say CST details, and then here you can say mobile name DOB, mobile name DOB, and email. So here we can write mobile name email and DOB, and what? DOB. Can you see this? Now see, if I change over here 222, can you see here also it will be 222 ABC and other things. So that is the data from our loader, whatever data written by the loader, right? Whatever data written by the loader, that data you can see here. Now about customer details, recent transactions. So it's easy. Again, you need to write JSX blocks, rc transactions.map, and here we can say bill arrow like this, bill arrow or like this, and I'm moving this block into it, right? So let's destructure this guy. Let's destructure it. Is of type I, bill, and what we would be needing, second parameter is the index, and what we would be needing here, bill number, bill date, amount, bill amount, right? And what? Mode. So here first serial number IND plus 1, then here bill number, then bill date, then here bill amount, okay, sorry, just amount, and here we can say mode. Okay, can you see bill 001 010 110, amount is 300. Okay, amount we have kept same everywhere. Let's change it. 180 rupees amount, here we can say 360, and here we can say 9876. Can you see? So this recent transaction is working. Now see, in almost all screens, we can see from here. So data is loaded from the loader. Bills, data is loaded from the loader. Customer details, data is loaded from the loader. Customers, data is loaded from the loader. Edit customer, well, this is different case. We will talk about this. New bill, there is no data over here. New customer, here also we are creating, here we would be using server-side forms, and the dashboard. Presently dashboard is something like this. So our static data, which is part of React component, whatever static data we had, and that is a part of React component, we have removed and now we are getting it from, and we are getting it from the respective loaders, right? So that much part we have achieved. Now I hope you got the idea of the loaders, how loaders will work exactly, correct? I hope you got the idea of loaders. So out of this full stack flow, now we have worked with the component, we have worked with the loader. Component is your normal natural React component, and the loaders who supply data to the component. Now component gives the data to the action. This part is missing so far. We'll see shortly. Thank you. Hi. Let's start working on new customer page. We already have built the UI. Let me start the server first. Desktop, cd project billing counter, cd bcmyt, nvm use 18, and npm run dev. So what we have done, we have loaded this data from backend, this data also from backend. Now what's remaining in the full stack architecture? Let's go to the first page, RemixJs, and into the RemixJs. This is the official website, and docs, full stack data flow. So loaders are supplying data to the component now. This part we have done, but still components are not sending data to the action. Actions are not updating the loaders. So component needs to send the data to the action. And for this, we need to understand how new customer works. Remember that loader supply data to the component, component gives data to the action, action re-updates the loaders. This is how it will work. Let's start working on it. So first write, what you can say, first write something called as action. The way we have written the loader, in the same fashion we will write the action. Export async function action. Export async function action. So this would be our action. Now what will happen here, one more update we need to do. Instead of this normal form tag, we will import, here you can say, we will import a form tag from RemixReact import, here we can say, from at RemixReact. So here you can say form tag. So just first replace this form with the normal HTML form, right? So this form has been created by React. Okay. Now let's make sure you have given name, attribute name to each and everything. Name, and here we can say mobile. Name, we can say mobile. Here also name, okay, ID name, it's okay, id mobile. Here we can say name is equals to name equals to name. Then here we can say name attribute is equals to email, name equals to DOB, input type submit, and rest of the things would be same. Now what happens over here when you add the form tag, right, and method post, we can say method post method. So it will try to find out action on the same page that we will give over here also, what is going to happen exactly. And new customer would be sending data to this action, right? Remember that it is going to accept action function args. There are loader function args. Similarly, we have action function args over here, and here you will see something called as request. Okay. Now whenever you click on the submit, some form would be getting, whenever you click on the submit, this button, this function would be getting called along with the form data, that you are entering. How? See, const fd form data is equals to await request dot, I hope you know what do you mean by async and await, request dot form data, right, request dot form data, and here we can say console dot log object dot values fd, object dot values fd. Okay, let us see what happens over here. Let's go to the page. Let's go to the page, website, new customer. Let's try to enter mobile number something like this, name something like this, aa@dd.com, and date would be like this, and create. Okay, see now you defined route dashboard.new customer but didn't return anything from action. So whenever you write the action should return something. Either it should redirect or it should return the error or something like that. Again, we need to go to the JSON. See, JSON we imported from node, and here we can say some object, or we can say MSG. Understanding actions. Okay, and for understanding purpose, what we can do here, we will print that message. Now see, so either it is going to return this JSON or it is going to redirect to one of the page. If success is there, we can redirect, or if something is like this, it will return one object. How do you capture that object? If you want to capture that object, whatever it has written, you need to have const AC action is equals to use action data, and then type of this action, just write type of this action, and here you can say, and here const this MSG, let's destructure it, MSG is equals to AC, but that can be undefined. That's why we can say if it is undefined, return this empty object, otherwise not. And here we can say JSON dot stringify, just for printing purpose, and this message. JSON.stringify this message. Go back, just try to enter some mobile number at dd.com and some date, and you can say create. Can you see? Understanding actions. See here, it's a string because we have destructured it. Over here. So it is going to return this whole object. That whole object is nothing but this, and you destructured it, and that's why you can see understanding the actions. Which means that you completed this form. So component is sending data to the action. Now actions are, well, presently we don't have any loaders over here, but whenever you send the action, it does. Now what about this console.log? Let's go here, and you might do something like this, right? Inspect console. But where is that? Where is this console? Where is this console? Remember that actions and the loaders are the server side components. You need to check in server side. Can you see here? It is returning you something empty over here. It is returning you something empty. Okay, so another thing we'll try, fd.get. So if you can do const mobile and fd.get, here you can pass the string, and that string would be this mobile, sorry, this name, then const name is equals to fd.get name, then email, const fd.get email, dob, const dob is equals to fd.get dob. Let us see if this works. Console.log, we can say $mobile $name $email $dob. Right, and let's try to submit the form again. And let's go to the console. Can you see this data is coming over here? Or let's try to return this. Let's try to return this dt. Let's try to return this dt as this. But there is one more approach. If you go to the form over here, form data, okay, validate these things. Okay, let's search on the Google. Just a minute. RemixJs, read form data. So there is one shortcut actually. Just a minute. So I'm checking this page, data writes page, form validation, this form data, the create function. No, so presently there are 4 fields. That's why we can get one by one. That's what I'm saying. But if you have a 15 fields or 20 fields, 20 time you cannot write this fd.get, fd.get, fd.get. There is a one shortcut. So action data, building the form, mutation, yeah, from entries. Can you see object dot from entries, object dot from entries fd. See now what this console will give you. Create, dt is not defined. Okay, this thing is not defined. So const obj, we can say obj is equals to object dot from entries this, and here return obj, and here we can say const obj is equals to ac, or let's destructure it, and instead of msg we can print obj. Okay, instead of msg we can print what? obj. Refresh it, just try to add some numbers, name aaa at de.com 20 and create it, and at the top can you see mobile is this, email is this. So whenever you get lot of fields like 20 fields, 30 fields, you are developing a form, KYC form, bank application form, create account application form in a banking. At that time, instead of doing this job, straight away do the object dot entries, and here you may, whatever keys you have over here, whatever these names you have over here, that would become the keys over here. So mobile, name, email, mobile name, email, and dob, right? Object dot entries like this, and all these keys would be getting printed over here. Okay, so whatever keys you want to use, if you want to use all of them, it's better to use the object directly. If keys are less, you may go ahead with the code like this. This will also work, and we are not returning obj, that's why let's do this thing with the msg. Okay, or let's try to pass these things. Let's try to pass these things from here, and again you will see same output created. Can you see all the values you can see in one line here, which means that this is also working fine. So what's remaining now? Validation, server side validation. We need to check the things are working or not. It's pretty easy, not a big deal. The way, let's write a function. Now see, I'm not writing function in the React component const validate fields. Validate fields is equals to which fields need to be validated? That fields. So I want to validate all these fields. So let's get these fields over here. Mobile name, dob, is I customer, is of type I. Here we can say obj is of type I, customer. Now add destructured form here, like this. So these fields I need to validate. So we need to have one more interface for representing the error object. Interface IP error. Interface what? IP error. So there is one field called as name, and what is the error related status about this message, and what this is of type string, is valid, is of type boolean. Now we have done this thing in the earlier code also. Name, mobile, same thing. Can you see there is a scope of repetition over, there is a scope of improvisation over here. We need to improvise the code. Email, mobile, DOB, like IP error, name, mobile, email, DOB, right? So this is the error object we are having. Now see, simple, validate is going to return either true or false. If it returns true, if validate fields is true for all this data, very simple thing I'm showing you. If validate fields what is happening? Validate fields. If validate fields, just a minute. If validate fields okay, let's do one thing. Object.entries dot from entries just a minute. So object.entries dot, so presently what is happening, the type of these fields is not a string. Can you see the type of this field is form data entry value? So we need to convert it to string. So fd okay, just do one thing right now. Const here we can say name is equals to fd.get. So problem is this, let me show you. fd.get name, can you see what's the type of this name? It's a form data entry value. We need to convert it to the string like this. Now name becomes what? Can you see string? If you don't do this thing, type of this is a form data value. Same goes with mobile is equals to, mobile is a string, fd.get From this form data, you need to get a mobile. This can be done in this way also. We'll see that just a minute. Mobile email is of again type string. fd.get, here we can say dob, const now what's remaining? Name, email, name, mobile, dob, email. Sorry, here email dob is equals to string fd dot get dob. Okay, fd dot get dob. Now there is no error over here because here all the entries were of type form data value. So here we can do adds. So actually you need to do something like this: mobile colon mobile as string, then dob. If you want to go ahead with this way, you need to convert all of this to the respective types. So let's comment this out, it will work. Let's comment this out, it will work. So if you want to use this, every field needs to be converted to a respective type, right? I'll try to do that for you here. Let's comment this out. Let's comment this, uncomment this, mobile colon string mobile, a name colon string name. So you need to do something like this: email colon string email, dob colon string dob. Can you see that? You need to do something like this: mobile name email dob. Either you go with this or you go with this, you decide. Both are same. So I'll comment this, I will go with this. There is no reason, but just to show you, we can use both the approaches. Okay, so here let's remove this console. Okay, and this comment related thing I can have here also. Okay, if validate fields mobile name email and dob, mobile name email and dob. So we need to validate. To the validate, we have passed object of shape iCustomer. Either it is going to return true. So if it is returning true, we are redirecting redirect to which page? Redirect to, if all this is success, please redirect to a customer's page, right? Let us see this is working or not. Create a body stream, already haven't read. Else return the error object. Instead of this, else return the error object, and here we can say error. Okay, what error I'm getting? If validate fields redirect to the customer's page, name, email, date @ss.com. Fail to execute text on the request body stream that already has read, return redirect. I'm sorry. Return redirect, otherwise return the JSON. So return I was missing. Name, sorry, mobile is this. DFF, here we can say email.com, and date is this new customer. Okay, return JSON, that is correct. If validate fields is returning true over here. Validate fields, mobile, name, and this thing. Redirect is from where we have imported. Okay, it's from the node, that is correct. So what is happening here? Validate this, redirect. Okay, let's check in the console, restart it, refresh it. Name, sorry, this is a mobile, name, email, this, and 20 created. Can you see it was working, but after restart it has worked. Can you see now? This is a route related problem. I have written dot over here. Just don't write the dot. Dot means what? New customer. After the new customer it will try to add / customer, but I want customers over here. Instead of new customer, I want customers over here. So you can say a double dot, go to the upper level, go back from here, try to enter the details, and at www.com and 20 created. Can you see? You got to the customers page. If successfully generated, if it is generated successfully, we would be redirecting to the customers. Otherwise we would be returning error message. So if you say it is false, just add like this at gg.com and something like this, and just click on the create. Can you see some error message or some message you will find over here? Presently that message is nothing but this, but here we can give which field is bad and something like this. Okay, now how do you validate the field? Easy, one by one fields we need to validate. First, validate the mobile. First what? Validate the mobile. So go to the validate fields. Go to the validate fields over here. Okay. If a mobile related thing, let's have a mobile regex const, mobile regex, mobile regex, and that would be a pretty standard regex for Indian numbers. This, then if mobile dot match with this regex, if it is not match, so here in the beginning we need to create the error object const. Error is equals to name, we can say, here we can say empty, and is valid. Internal, this is the object, remember that, is valid, colon false. Sorry, it is like this, name colon, and this is MSG, right? Similarly for mobile, is valid false. Mobile email DOB you can say it's of type IP error. So this error object is of type IP error. So here what we will do, if mobile dot is not matching, then here we can say error dot mobile dot message, and here we can say is equals to invalid mobile. And by default it's a false, remember that, but you can write error dot mobile dot is valid is equals to false. Actually not required. Here we can say else mobile dot message dot, and here you can say mobile okay, mobile okay, and error dot mobile dot is valid true. This should be what you can say regex for, it should be regex for mobile. Similarly we have name, if there is nothing related to the name, if name dot trim means blank spaces, if it is not this thing, you can say error message name is required, error, instead of this let's say err, error dot name dot message, here you can say invalid name. Or name is required, name is what required, else here what we can write, else something like this, name okay, name dot message name okay, and like this. Then email regex, and then what, mobile okay, then we need to check the email is also regex if first say const email regex is equals to a basic email format is this, you will get this regular expression on the internet. Again same like this, if it is not matching, if not email regex dot match, sorry, if email not email dot match email regex, then the error message invalid email, else these two things, else email, here email okay, see everywhere we are setting just say name, sorry it's a name, if name dot trim, why two times, if mobile here name, here also name, mobile, here it should be email, right, we are setting the email key and these things. Now what is remaining? Date. For checking the date, first you need to know in which format date is coming. If you create it, can you see date is coming in 2023-10 this format. Okay, it's a string. It's coming in the string format. So one thing is that your date of birth shouldn't be greater than current date. A common sense. Your date of birth cannot be greater than or equal to today. That's what our requirement is. So here we need to do that thing. First we need to get the current date, const current date is equals to new date. It will give you the current date. So first we will check date format. If date is there or not, first we will see if. Okay, now new date, current date, const dob in the form fd is equals to new date, and we can pass dob here. We can pass dob over here. So things are easy now. dob now. So here we can say if is nan this dob form data dot get time, it will check the date format, it is correct or not. It will check what the date format is correct or not, and then here we can say error dot dob dot msg is error dob dot msg invalid date format, invalid date format. Now error dot dob dot is valid is equals to false. Else you can say just check if the dob or dob fd in our case, because dob is in the string format. Remember that dob fd you need to convert. Here you converted that string format to the date object. dob fd is greater than or equal to current date, then you can give error message dot dob, this thing error message. Here you can give error message dot dob, and here you can say date of birth dob should be past date. dob should be past date. Then is valid is equals to false, like this. And else what? All the things needs to be else okay and valid is true. dob okay and is valid true, right? So what you would be returning from here? From here you would be returning the boolean object. Sorry, from here you would be returning the error object, not the boolean object, error object. And error object is having all the valid status things. So here in the validate fields, const err is equals to this validate fields err. If err is equals to validate fields, and and if nothing is there, return the error object. ERR, this thing. Now here you need to check if ERR dot dob dot is valid and ERR dot email dot is valid and ERR dot mobile dot is valid, ERR dot name dot is valid. If all the things are valid, then redirect. Otherwise, return this error object. Let us see this in action. This is working or not. Right. So here in this you are getting error object, which means that we have a possibility that we can write error messages over here. So here you can say ERR, if ERR is there, dot mobile dot message, ERR dot mobile dot message. Similarly, here also we can write if ERR dot name dot message. Here we can say if ERR dot email dot message, date dot message, date, oh sorry, dob dot message, dob dot message. Refresh it, and here I can say something like this. Now see, name sss, email iii@www.com, and date in this create. Can you see dob okay, name okay, sorry, why name okay over here, name okay, email to the email okay over here, invalid email, name okay. Can you see dob okay, email okay, name okay, invalid mobile. This is the error object that you are receiving, right? Now whatever message dob okay, invalid status is true, so we can take a benefit of that and we can apply some color codes, and we can apply what? The color codes. Class name, here class name, here we can say if error dot mobile, if error dot mobile dot is valid, if it is valid, do this thing, otherwise do this thing. Span class name, span class name, why is the problem? Okay, class name, got it. So here we can say error. So here first we can say msg dot, sorry, error dot error dot mobile dot is valid. If it is valid, which class we need to return? If it is valid, we need to return text live 600 if it is valid, otherwise text read 400. Text read what? 400. Let us see this is working or not. Let's do everywhere. So here email, here email. Let's do this thing here also. DOB, email, name, okay, name, okay, this is the name. For the mobile we didn't write. Here we can say mobile and mobile. Now let's try to go here. Name, email www@www.com, date. Can you see DOB okay? Invalid mobile. Name okay, this is okay. Getting my point? So if we add the 28th, can you see date should be past date? It is checking that also. So we have done server side validation over here. Can you see that in detail? Server side validation for new customer page. Now if you go to the edit customer, all the things are same. There shouldn't be any problem. But in the edit customer, you need to use the loader and action both. Because edit, can you see, by means of the mobile number. We are editing by means of what? Mobile number. So here also we can apply same logic. So what I will do, for the mobile you don't need anything. Because mobile is read only. So let's create the error object first. Here in the edit customer, let's create the error object. Then validate the fields. We can validate the fields. Just copy. Validate the fields. Okay, iCustomer we need to import it. You don't require mobile validation for the reason there is no, or you can keep if you want to keep. And can you see here there is a high scope of code optimization. So this code you are writing over here also, you can create a separate file, something like this. New, we can say customer dot validations dot ts customers dot validations and whole and sole, this thing can be pasted over here. iCustomer import it, then IP error, just copy this and paste it inside this new file, customer validations file, export it over here. Okay, so validate fields you have done separately. Now instead of this code over here, let's start from the new customer, just remove this thing, So validate fields you need to import now. iCustomer domain, this is also not required. One example I have given for the optimization, import. Do you have exported this? Let's export this. Export validate fields function. We have exported the validate fields function. Okay. Now here import from customer upper folder, customer validations, and validate fields. Validate fields. Can you see there is no error? So copy this line over here also, edit customer, import it, and you don't require whole and soul this code because we have shifted to the other file, right? But here we would be needing action. So this action we can copy. This action we can copy, import it, redirect also import it, JSON also import it. Correct? Everything is same. In the edit, there is no change. But for the edit, we would be using a loader to load the data. Means whenever you go to this page, edit page, whenever you go to the edit page, by default data of this mobile number is added over here. So you need a loader, right? Right, let's write the loader. Let's write the loader. Export async function loader. I hope you remember how to write the loader. Loader like this, simple. Return the JSON. It should return what? JSON in this object. And remember that loader is having one route parameter. How do you do that? Param is of type loader function args, and into this which object? Params object. So mobile number. So here we can say mobile, and then params dot mobile. What's the dollar after the dollar? That's a variable name, mobile. Some static data for name. Here we can say ABC, name ABC, email aa@www.com, right? And DOB, it should be in the string form, 1990 0101. Loader, right? Now here we would be needing two things: use data and use loader. Use action data, use loader data. Use action data, use loader data. So here use action data, AC, as of type action. Import it. Similarly, const. Here we can say mobile, name, email, DOB is equals to use loader data, type of loader, right? And we need to assign these values to here, which means that we need a state, because we need to assign all these fields to these things, right? So here we can have, so presently destructuring we don't require, just say customer const set form data and set form data is equals to use state variable and initial state customer. Just spread the customer object here. Instead of destructuring over there, you can spread the customer object over here, and then here you can say, see, don't make a disabled, make a read only field. If you make a disabled, you cannot send data to the, whenever you send the data at that time, that field is not available there, right? So here what we can do, so it's a controlled component now. It become what? Controlled component now. So mobile, here we can say value of form data dot mobile. Well, only mobile is read only because we are not going to change the mobile. Rest of the things we are going to change. So on IP change is also required. Remember that. On IP change. Okay, let's set value form data dot name value form data dot email value form data dot dob. Okay, site is not loading. Just restart the server. Can you see data is by default getting loaded here? 1190. Data is by default getting loaded over here. Okay. Data. So we also just try to remove the form data and say customer.mobile, customer.name directly from the customer and customer.dob. Will it work? Now go here in the customer edit. Can you see the data? Now on the click of the update, so let's change this to the form. Let's change this to the form. So we have, just remove this use state, and we have the form over here. If everything successful is there, we would be loading over there. Okay, so these things are missing. For the mobile we don't require. For the name you can go here because we are not going to type the mobile. Okay, we didn't extracted the error object. Just remove this thing from here. Error object, we need to destructure the error object. This is the destructured error object. Then name, email, dob, name, email, dob. Okay, so by default data would be getting loaded. Can you see we cannot, and you might have get one error. Yeah, value prop, you provided the value prop to the form field without on change handler. Can you see? That is the problem. Controlled elements, and that's why you need a state over here. You cannot go without state. Const form data. Fundamentals of the React. Can you see? You cannot change the value until you have on change handler. Form data. Set form data. And use state. And here let's destructure the customer object. Customer object. Now, a lot of time we have written this const on IPCH is equals to on IPCH is equals to event type change event of type HTML input event, HTML input element, right, on IPCH. And here we get const name and value, const name and value is equals to e dot target. We have done this thing many times. Set form data, old arrow, old name colon value, 3 dots, and bracket is required over here. Set form data. And now value you have set everywhere. Instead of customer, you can say form data. Just do everywhere form data, and on change is equals to on IPCH. You need to do this thing everywhere. Controlled form elements. React concept, controlled form elements. Refresh it and now try to change it. Still not. Full name colon this set form data. Use default state is customer, form data, value. Am I trying to change something else? Just refresh the page. Is this the error? Let's restart the server. Okay, refresh it. All are read only or what? On IPCH is equals to on IPCH name value, name colon value is this form data dot name, form data dot email, form data dot dob. On IPCH. What's the reason? On IPCH. On change. On IPCH. What's the reason? Why I'm not going to enter the, why I'm not able to work with the form? Method post is remaining. Well, that doesn't care. That's not the concern. Value. Oh, silly mistake. Name field is missing. Name field is missing. Can you see that? Mobile name over here is name. Name over here is email. And name over here is DOB. Now can you see? Now you can do that and just update the form. Name is required, email okay, DOB okay. And we are not submitting this because mobile you are not okay. Mobile you are not inputting. It's a read-only field. You cannot edit it. Name is required. Server-side validation is happening. If everything is successful, you would be redirected to this page. So form validation, server-side form validation. So actions, here we can say customer server-side form validation. Let me commit the changes. I have committed the changes, right? And this is all about this part. A lot of things we have covered in this video. Let's meet in the next video. Thank you. Hi. In the previous sessions, we have created, just a minute. In the previous session, we have created actions for creating new customer, and editing the customer. And what? Editing the customer. For this, we have used something called as action, right? Also, we have implemented loaders everywhere. Now, so this is also one of the form. Remember that in the bills area, here is one form, and for creating new bill also there is a form. This is also form, which means that here is also their form submission is present, and here is also form submission is present. Let's start with new bill because this is little bit, you can say, lengthy. We need to make some changes also. If we have not implemented input type text over here, we need to do a lot of work. Let us see what I mean to say. Okay. So this is the edit customer. I already have pushed the code to Git. You may check it. New bill. Okay. And if you see, we have not implemented the action anywhere, right? Let's implement the action. Where do you implement the action? We know that. What do you mean by action? Now, export. Here you can say export async function and action. Export async function action. We have implemented this thing in new customer also, or edit customer also. This part, can you see this action? It would be having one parameter. Let's add that parameter. Is of type action function args, and we are getting a request over here. So here we are destructuring the object, and we would be getting request from here in this way. Now, so this is little bit challenging. So if you see over here, first write a form tag, then discuss it. So from here to here, everything should be in a form tag. Everything should be in a form tag because we need to search by means of mobile number also, and that search also will happen on server. If mobile is there, then and only then a below structure would appear over here, right? If mobile number is there, then and only then below structure will appear over here. How to do this thing? So whole and soul thing should be in the one form. So let's make this B capital, new bill. Okay, so whole and soul, this would be in the one form, and which will create a problem. We'll discuss that problem. Now, instead of section, we can say form. This is the form, and let's wrap it form. Okay, any changes in the layout? Do you see any changes in the layout? I see no changes in the layout after adding that form. All is same. Okay, new bill, and like this. So let's go here, and where is the input type submit? Here you can see, yeah, input type submit over here, checkout, and form would be getting called. Now see what we need to do. We would be sending multiple items. Remember that whenever you click on the checkout, what is going to happen? So data within this would be the input boxes. Presently they are not the input boxes. If you see, they are not input boxes, they are just simple, they are simple names, right? Simple text we have, but technically we should have them as input boxes, so that whenever we click on the submit, by means of the name tag, we can access it on the server. If you see this thing, what is this? fd.get name, fd.get mobile, fd.get email. What is this? Name, mobile, email, and the DOB. Remember that this is the name attribute. And what is going to happen over here? Can you see? This is the loop. So one checkout might be having multiple items, price and quantity. These multiple rows are going to get added. So ABC, here we can say 12 and quantity 34. So this is one row. Then here we can say PQR, then price 12 or price 120 and quantity 300. Can you see here? So along with this form, we need to set this bill date, we need to set the cashier, we need to set the counter, we need to set UPI, right? We need to set what? UPI, and mobile number is already there. For this number only, we are generating the bill. So we can capture whatever mobile number over here, that mobile number also we can capture, right? So item, price, quantity, item, price, quantity, and the multiple items in the table needs to be transferred to the server. Let us see how to do that. So first thing what we need to do, very important thing, this task is very important, adding the name attribute. Whatever we want to be accessed on the server, that everything would be having a name attribute. Okay, one more thing I would like to tell you, these three input boxes has nothing to do with the server. 1, 2, 3. So purpose of these three input boxes is just to add the data into this table, and this whole table we would be sending to the server. What we would be sending to the server? This date, this cashier, this counter, then multiple items, multiple prices, multiple quantities. These things and the UPI, these things we would be sending to the server. So remember that. So these three input boxes are just used to prepare this data into the table. So we don't have anything to do with these three input boxes. We can keep it as it is, no problem. So that is okay. But here instead of this, we need to have input type text, sorry, input type text. We need to have input type text, and then here we need to have input type what? Text. And then we need to set, it's a read only, remember that it's a read only, we are not going to change it, and the value would be your item name. Value would be this thing, value would be this item name, but this will affect the layout. Just refresh it, it will affect on layout ABC 21 30 something like this, and add. Can you see? So this will become not, what you can say, it will be there, input box would be there, but you cannot edit it, and this is by means of read only attribute. Now what I need to do, I want to remove these borders, and I want to remove these borders. How to do that? We need to apply some classes. After many time we are applying classes. Class w full, width full, you can say. Then white space no wrap, background white, bg white. That's it. And can you see over here, just PL, because as it is starting from very beginning, or PL2, padding left 2 would be like this. But if you see, it is going out of the box, right? So let's apply 80% of the width, W 80%, this much, only this much, or 90%. Can you see, this is a 90% of the width. So what will happen if you have 90% of the width? So it would be like this, but see, you cannot edit it. That's what we wanted. Let's keep the border for our understanding purpose. We can remove that borders also, no problem. Okay, so width 90, no wrap, and this thing. What this does? White space no wrap. So when you say white space no wrap, okay, I will explain that shortly. Let's complete this thing for everything, for every other remaining three. Just a minute. So here let's copy so I will copy these whole things to the price also. Now this span is redundant, you don't require this span now, so remove this span. Actually this span is redundant, you don't need span, because input is actually a container as well. So we don't require the span. This span we don't need. This span we don't need. Remember that we would be having, just a minute, what's happening for this price? Okay, Let's not do anything to this. Copy here. Something is happening with it's lagging. Class name white space no wrap. Here we can say value price. Here quantity. Input type text like this. Refresh it. If you can add ABC. Quantity 30. Add it. Technically all these are the input boxes, right? All these are what? Input boxes. So whenever you check out, we can read the data from them on the server because these are the input boxes. So we need to give a name. Remember that these are the arrays. So we can say name is equals to items. For this I will give name as prices. For this I will give name as quantities. For this I will give name as what? Quantities. Okay, items, prices and quantities. Now let us see, are we getting this on the server or not after clicking to the submit? Okay, name is remaining. Name attribute is remaining in head. Yeah, here also to the select tag also we need name. To the select tag also we need name, and into the select tag we can give counter or cashier. Name counter. Okay, then to the UPI also or the mode also we need to have name. Over here we can say mode. We can say what? Mode. So over here we can expect multiple objects. In the morning, we have discussed in previous session how do you fetch the values. If you see few comments over here, const object.entries, that is also okay. But if you do object.entries, at the time of validation you need to convert them, right? You need to convert them. But here we are getting well validated data because we are doing validation. We are doing item and name validation at the time of entering only, right? So there is no case that you will get invalidated data, right? So what we can do, let's get the entries. So what I can do here, we can say const we would be getting a lot of things over here, and here we can say fd form data is equals to await request dot form data. We can use entries or we can use normal fd dot get, something like this. Customer mobile is equals to form dot fd dot get the key for the customer mobile. What key we have used? For the customer mobile? Did we add it or not? Okay, placeholder name we didn't add it. ID has been added, but name customer mobile. This name is important, and this name we are going to use over here, customer mobile. Okay, const items. This is the items array. Can you see? So inside this items, it's in the loop. Remember that. Inside this items, there are multiple input types for this, multiple input types for this, multiple input types for this. So this becomes items, prices, and the quantities. So three arrays we would be needing. Items, fd.get, get all. Remember that if multiple items are there with the same key, you'll get an array over here. Get all items, prices, fd.get all prices, then quantities is equals to quantities, const mode is equals to fd.get, only get, because not get all, only get, because it's a one only, mode, const cashier is equals to fd.get cashier. So names we already have set. Const counter is equals to counter fd.get counter. Const amount, here you can say fd.get amount. Let's console it, console.log. Before that, if you see the type of this, is a form data entry value. We need to convert it to the string. So you can add this as string, which would be getting converted to the string. So keep it as it is, array. If you see here, it's a form data value array. This is also that part. So mode, we can say string again. Cashier, it's string again. Cashier is string. Counter, it's string again. So you're asking question, where is the date, build date? Build date we will supply at the time of saving data. Amount is number. Counter is number, sorry. Amount is number. So build date is not available over here, because whenever we save the data to Mongo, at that time you will be having, we would be inserting the date. Okay, so let's check everything is correct or not. This is the action. You need to return something from the action as a JSON, return JSON. Return what? JSON. Do we have imported JSON from the node? Here we need JSON, and then we can say customer mobile. As it is, you can write all those keys, and that would be getting items, prices, quantities, mode, cashier, counter, amount. And what amount? And for understanding purpose only, the way we have printed earlier, let's try to print over here JSON dot stringify and use action data. We need, just here I will write const AC is equals to use action data, type of action. We need to import this thing, use action data AC, JSON.stringify AC. Okay, AC would be having all the keys. Let us see what happens. Mobile number, let's add this item ABC, price 12, quantity 3, item PQR, price 30, quantity 23. Add. See, there is a problem here. You got the problem. We need to format this thing also to the two numbers only, right? How to do that thing? How to do that thing? So whenever, okay, let's solve one issue at a time. We are checking it. So it's a admin. It's a admin counter 2. Let's set UPI card. Let's set. So this number should be, we can see somewhere these items, okay, and these details. So check out. Okay, method post we didn't write. Remember that. Method post, form tag, method post. Check out. Can you see customer mobile is this? Then ABC, whatever. Can you say items array separately, prices array separately, 0 is getting added somehow, and this is, just refresh it and let's check it once again. This is the mobile number ABC, price 12, quantity 90, PQR here, quantity 123, sorry, price 123, 12, add, say XYZ, price 300 rupees, quantity 23, just add it. Okay, admin James, cashier James, counter 3, mobile is this. Let's try to check out. Can you see customer mobile is this, items ABC, PQR, XYZ, prices 12, 123, quantities these things, and like that. Okay, so what will happen if I refresh it and simply check out? Can you see all the things will go empty? So we need to apply some validations. The way we have applied validations on create customer, new customer, same validation, same kind of validations we would be applying. So either this action will redirect or it will return the error. Either this action will return the error or redirect to the bills page. Okay. So how do you do that? First we need to check the item length. If items dot length is exactly equals to 0 or prices dot length is exactly equals to 0 or quantities dot length is exactly equals to 0, so from here we are going to return one JSON and we are going to say message invalid form, and we will not accept the data. Is form valid? Here we can say is form valid, we can return from here false. Okay, similarly we need to check for this mobile number also. Well, this won't be the case because, or let's add it, if customer mobile dot trim either it should return the valid string or it should return the empty string. If it is returning empty string, we need to add, because this is the falsy value needs to be made true. From here also we can say this thing. I hope you got this. If you enter blank spaces, blank spaces trimmed to the empty quotes in the JS are falsy values. So negation of the false is true, and which becomes invalid form, right? Invalid form over here, or invalid mobile number. invalid mobile number. So customer mobile number dot trim is this, or we can match the mobile number also the way we have matched over here. Okay, we have used separate file, mobile regex. We can say just do this thing, mobile regex, mobile regex. Okay, so you don't require to do anything then. Dot match mobile regex dot match what? Mobile regex. And if it is not matching, invalid mobile number, do something like this. Okay, otherwise you will not get any. So this can be invalidated. These default values are going to set. UPI is a default value, by default counter is 1, by default admin is this. So there is no chance, right? So there is no chance. Now you can check out it. Can you see here? Okay, return is important. I forget return every time. Return is important, otherwise it should take you to the bills page. I will not enable that right now, otherwise every time we need to come back to this thing. Add it. Can you see invalid form? So in here we can do what we can do. We can over here, where is that? Just collapse unwanted things, presently unwanted things, validate items for the React side validation. Const over here MSG, and is what key we have? Is form valid. Is form valid. Is key, this key is equals to what? Is form valid. MSG and is form valid. Here we can write AC, but AC can be null. So it would be something like this. MSG is form valid. Well, AC, okay, it is returning this kind of object also. But that is not the case. We will never get this kind of object. Return redirect. On the success, we are going to redirect to bills. On the success, we would be redirecting to what? Bills. So now there is no error, right? Because what was happening in the earlier case, it was getting confused. Well, you are returning this kind of object also, but these keys, MSG and is form valid keys, are unavailable in this kind of object, whatever you are returning. That's why it was the error. Okay, so this and this we have returned it, otherwise it is going to redirect to the bills page. Okay, now if I click the checkout, I am getting this as a message. But I want to show somewhere, or I would like to show somewhere over here at the top, that this form is invalid. The form is what? Invalid. So we need to create one message. So here above everything, or above this table somewhere, above, where exactly? Here we can create, or above this table we can create. Okay, this is the div we have, and inside this div simply we need to check is form valid. If it is form is valid, then what? And if form is valid, is not valid, if form is not valid, then we can say, then let's create a div, class name bg red 600. Let's assign width 80. This is not happening on the server side. Remember that this is happening on the React part. So server is sending validation status, form is valid or not, right? Form is valid or not, that it is sending only, and we are checking it at the React side. So I wanted to show you that part also. If message has been given by the React, I will open that FullStack RemixJs page again. Let me open the FullStack RemixJs page again. Yeah, never forget this thing if you are working with the RemixJs. Loaders, components send data to the actions, actions updates the loaders, right? And loaders updates the components, supply the data to the components. So is form valid and this thing? So let's complete this part. So here I can say message, simply print message msg. Let's give some padding p3. Let's give some padding p3. Margin bottom 5. Okay, margin bottom 5, margin, okay, margin bottom, okay. Now let us see what happens. Let us see what happens. Go here and can you see something is 80%. Let's make it 100%. So till this end, refresh it, check out invalid form. But see, so by default it is showing. I don't want to do that, and for that you simply need to check this is available or not. What's the is valid now? For that you need to check this action data itself is undefined or what, this AC. So how do you do that? So here we can say if action data is there, if action AC is there, and this thing, can you see presently AC is undefined, and that's why it will not show. If I click on the checkout, invalid form, can you see that invalid form, and text color, text white, checkout, invalid form. Well, we can make it more lucrative, no problem. Invalid form, let's make 400. Yeah, that's enough. Invalid form, some kind of error message we are giving over here, right? So what is invalid, we can say that also. Add, if you want that specific details, say, instead of saying invalid form here, you can say add items, invalid items, no items found, no items found. More precisely, can you see no items found in this table, no items found, right? You got my point? So this is how this page will work. One important thing is remaining. If you add everything properly, let me show you that part. Say ABC 12 Now this is a task for you. Well, at the end, I'm going to show you some tasks. I'm going to assign you some tasks. So this is the one of the tasks. The minute I start typing the code, this red thing should be disappeared, right? Now items are found, so this should be disappeared. How to do that? You tell me, or you implement on your own. I will not implement that. Something I will keep for you. Okay, say PQR, and here we can say 12. Why I'm typing 12 again and again, I don't know. And click on the checkout. It is transferred to what? Bills page. So let's avoid that transfer. Let's avoid, that's why I was not doing this thing, transferring to the bills page. Let's transfer to the current page itself. Okay, new bill, mobile, this, items, AAA, price 123 44, add and checkout. Okay, this will also not work. Okay, let me tell you, or just comment this out, or what I wanted to show you, console.log items, console.log items, console.log prices, console.log. Remember that these three arrays, quantities, these three arrays are having, these three arrays are, I think this will also not be getting, okay, we'll see what happens. Refresh it. This mobile number, item AAA 23 34, add checkout, and go to the console. Can you see? This is the separate array. This is the separate array. This is a separate array. Let's do it again. Mobile, this item QQQ 1289, add WER 1290, add and checkout. And here if you see, can you see? So this is one array, this is one array, this is one array. So zeroth element of this will map to the zeroth element of this, zeroth element of this. So this is one object. All the zeroth element is one object. All the zeroth element is one object. All the first element is one object. All the third elements would be one object. So you are getting separate arrays. This is what happens in the React, sorry, in Remix. When you say get all the properties related to, the names key will get in one array. All the properties related to the prices key in one array, quantities in one array. Getting my point? So you need to write a logic to generate the object. So zeroth item is one object. All the zeroth values belongs to one object. All the first values belongs to the second object. And you need to create the array of objects. So that logic you need to write. How do you write that logic? How do you write that logic? Easy, right? If you are good in the JS, that would be extremely easy. So here you can go, after this condition checks, you can go, after the all validation check, you can go, and here you can say const processed. So items is an array dot map. I hope you know what do you mean by map. Otherwise you may check my JavaScript series. I have explained all these things over there. Item, you can check my JavaScript series. I will show you that, just a minute. I will show you that. You may go here. And in this web development series, JavaScript, in this web development series, I have explained all the operations on the array. Well, this is my channel. I keep uploading content related to the coding. So I keep updating content related to the full stack, AI, coding, like that, maths. I keep uploading those videos. Okay, fine. Let's what you can do. Let's complement this logic. Let's complete this logic. Item and index arrow this object. Remember that we need to wrap it in a round brackets and then object. Okay, so item name will come from string this item, second parameter. Price it will come from the prices array. Prices, remember that there is no possibility that we get the array of the variety of the lengths or the different lengths. We will get the array of the same length only. Quantity, here we can say quantities of index. So in the processed one, right, in the processed one, you will get array of object. Remember that map always returns array, new array. So if you console.log over here, processed, this was the easy logic. Okay, that was the easy logic. Let's go here and let's wait for, not here, new bill, mobile, this one, ABC, 12, quantity 45, add item PQR, price 78, 80, this thing, XER, price 89, 800, add. Okay, and now click on the checkout and go to this. Can you see item name ABC, price 12, quantity 45, item name PQR, price 78, quantity 80, item name XER 89, 800. So you created from this kind of data, you created this kind of array, right? So you need to work like this. Okay, so at the end, what we need to create? We need to create the bill object is of type iBill. So if you see the iBill type, customer mobile, bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, items, that's it. So this object, whole object, is nothing but what? This whole object is nothing but what? Your data. So instead of this items, you can add processed. Why? Items. Okay, ID, item name, price, quantity, item name, price, quantity, item name, price, quantity, item name, price, quantity. Spellings are correct. Item name, price, quantity. Items name is string, number. Okay, items string number. Did I make any mistake? Items.map. Did I make any mistake? Oh, okay. Let's do in this way. Let's spread the processed array. 1, 2, 3. Still, the expected type comes from the property items which is declared here on the iBill. Okay, I'll solve this and we will see in the next video. Okay, thank you. Hi. So whenever we were creating this new bills, we already have done that. Let's run the project first. Terminal, cd desktop, cd project billing counter management, cd bcm yt and nvm use 18 and npm run dev. Okay, so our server has been started here. Now whenever we were working on this new bill section, we have received one error. We got an error. Can you see that? Items, there is a processed. Okay, also by mistake I have written the prices and quantities over here. This is also not required, delete it. And now about this error, if you see the processed object is of type. Can you see what object we have created over here? String form entry value, sorry, form data entry value, form data entry value. So this is the problem with this. So whenever you need these items, we already have created the domain items and items name, item name as string, price as number, quantity as number. And here what's happening? Item name string and something else. So here you just need to add number like this. Otherwise you'll get that error. It was a type error. And this also number and like this. See, there is no error. This was the problem. This was the problem over here. Now what's remaining in this? So here writing db query, here writing db query to save the bill, right? That's it. So this is not required. So this bill would be passed to the db query and we will redirect it. Errors we already have handled and everything is working as expected over here. Local host, this thing, dashboard, bill, and you can create the new bill. You can add the data. 3 add. This is working. So this needs to be handled. Now this is your task. I want, because this is not that difficult, I want you to write a code to show only 2 decimal places. I want, see, this is a task for you, homework for you. You need to do it on your own. You need to reduce this number to the 2 decimal places. What to do? Write it in the comment box. Which method you will apply over here? Write it in the comment box. I will not do this thing. I will keep this for you. You need to reduce this number to the 2 decimal places only. That is easy, not a big deal. Click on the checkout. See, invalid mobile number. We don't have any mobile number. Let's add it. Again, checkout, right? One bill have been added. Okay. Now what's remaining? What's remaining? Remaining part is this. About this form. About this form. So this form also need to be sent to the server and that will go in the bills section. Let's go to the bills page and to the bills page, right? To the bills page. We already have done a lot of things. So this table task has been completed. Now our job is to add details over here. Our job is to add details. over here. Okay. This section is nothing but what? This search filter section. If I'm going to search something, data would be submitted to the server. In a DB, we are going to search those details and send those details back to the React. Okay, let's see how we are going to do that thing. Okay, use effect. So first and foremost thing, you will add the name attribute, because we have missed many times this name attribute, which is very, very important if you want to submit the form. Before that, let's convert this form to the remix form, and this also form method equals to post post method is equals to what? Post. Now everywhere we need the name attribute. Name is equals to bill number. Here also name is equals to customer mobile. Here name is equals to bill date. Keep consistent either single quote or double quotes. Either use double quotes everywhere or use single quotes everywhere. Be consistent. Well, it doesn't make any impact. It makes impact for few cases. Write it in the comment box. When you will use a double quote, when you will use a single quote, write it in the comment box. Counter, here input type number, input type date. Okay, name, we can say bill date. Here name name cashier, cashier bill. Okay, here it should be counter, cashier counter bill date customer mobile, and this name is bill number. Now we are ready to add the action. Loader has been added. Now export async. It's not important. Export async function action. Export async function action. We need a request. So here action would be having a parameter. You can say action function args, and we would be needing object called as request. We would be needing an object that is nothing but what? Object, a request. So const fd form data is equals to await fd is equals to await request dot form data. Now here what can be done? Const, easy thing, customer mobile or bill number, we can say bill number is equals to fd dot get the key we would be needing. Can you see there is a code repetition? We have code repetition. fd.get, you are trying again and again. So there is a scope for optimization. As I told from beginning, I will not focus on the optimization techniques in this project, for the reason project itself is little bit complex. Business logic is itself little bit complex. So I don't want burden you by means of adding optimization techniques in the React. Will not do that thing in the project, but definitely in some other project I will cover optimization techniques. Here also I will cover, but unnecessarily it would be lengthier. No problem. We are not in rush. We would be learning. Okay. So first you need to know what is unoptimized thing, and then you need to know how to optimize it. So let us see what is unoptimizedness first. Bill number, customer mobile, fd.get, and here we can say customer number. Remember that all these are keys, all these are names. This name, we are doing that things over here. Then const bill date, and fd dot get, here we can say bill date. Const counter fd dot const counter fd dot get, here you can say counter. Const cashier is equals to fd dot get cashier, fd dot get cashier. Okay, fd dot get what? Cashier. So all these things are here. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So form is ready, and let us check form is getting submitted or not, and then we will discuss about that part. Console.log bill number. Instead of doing this thing, let's return a JSON. And from that, bill number, customer mobile, bill date, counter, cashier. As we test, we can write JSX block, JSON.stringify. We need action data, correct? I hope you remember all these things. Const AC, action data, is equals to use action data. Type of use action data, type of our action that we have, right? And here we can say JSON.stringify AC, and we will get to know things are correctly working or not. Okay, let's go here. Bill section, bill number, mobile number. See, here validations are not there yet. 2310, counter this, cashier this, search. Why? Search is a input type submit. Search should be input type what? Submit. Yeah, can you see bill number WR, customer mobile is going null. What's the reason? Date is there, counter is 34, and it is this. So why bill customer mobile is null? Customer mobile, spelling name, customer mobile, CUS. Okay, is it the same spelling? Customer mobile we have here. Oh, customer mobile, here we have used customer number. Okay, let's go to the bill section. Okay, server has stopped now. Server has stopped now. Bill number, this mobile, see validations are not there. There is one reason why validations are not there. We'll talk about that. Hold on. Let's test it. Okay, bill number is correct, mobile is correct, bill date is also correct, counter 33, cashier, and these things. But if you have observed, everything is string over here. Number is also string, right? This number is also string. So how do you work on it? Just make a number over here, and everything needs to be converted to the string. Can you see there is a scope of optimization? String. Here bill date. Okay, let's keep this as string, no problem. cashier, it's also string. And here also we are going to create object of const bill. This bill is going to be searched, bill details, and is of type I bill, is of type what? I bill. And then we can create the object bill number, customer mobile, bill date, bill number, customer mobile, counter, and cashier. And what's remaining now? So here we need to fire a DB query to filter the data. Now remember that whenever you, let's talk about this a little bit. So here you are going to enter the things. So empty validation is not required. Let me tell you why. But we can apply a number validation over here, number validation over here. Why? Let me tell you. Because this is the ORing we would be doing, or operation we would be performing. What do you mean by or? Either I can enter the bill number, or I can enter the mobile, or I can enter the counter, or bill date, or cashier, which means that this object can be undefined. Sorry, this key can be undefined. This key can be undefined. If you don't provide any value, this would be undefined, this would be undefined. If you define just counter and the cashier, only two things would be available in an object. Only two things shall be available in an object. Getting my point? So this is a ORing. So emptiness validation doesn't require, but this and this, for these two, we can add, either you can add a server side validation or you can add client side validation. We have seen the both. Here what I will do, let's apply client side validation over here, which means that we would be having a state variable, and we would be checking simply if name is, what you can say, if this name, the way we have done earlier for other things, new bills and other new customer, wherever. Okay, new customer server side validation, new bill is a client side validation. Yeah, can you see bill items, this thing? And on, I hope you have seen that part of the video. And on IPCH, can you see here, if name is price and quantity and is nan, then return, right? So we would be simply checking this part, we would be checking simply this part and returning it. Even we don't need to set the bill items. Well, we need to set the bill items because React says that form needs to be controlled. Form controls need to be handled in a controlled way. Okay, for the rest of the other things, we don't require any validations. Okay. Or this is one aspect. Or you can handle everything at the server side. So here also this part is a little bit remaining. Just let me add it. So here it will return list of, remember that, list of different bills. Here it will return list of bills. What I'm saying, here it will return list of bills. So this is one bill, let's return it. This is another bill, let's return it. Let's return these two bills from here for now. Okay. Now what will happen? This action, let's complete before applying validations. Let's complete this part. So here if you see, so two bills it is returning. Consider that DB query has returned two bills. Now what will happen? That two bills needs to be added over here. That two bills need to be iterated over here. That code we already have written, filtered.map. Now see what will happen. Whenever query will return the result, remember that when you click on the submit button, you click on the search button, can you see 2 items have been written? Whenever you click on the search button, 2 items would be written, or presently 2, but in real there can be multiple items that would be written, multiple items would be written. Now we need to write a use effect block. We need to write a use effect block. Second parameter is a dependency list. And over here, and inside this dependency, what happened? Inside this dependency list, whenever there is a change in action, whenever there is a change in this action variable, so what is going to happen? Whenever you submit the button, remember the remix flow, whenever you click the submit button, action would be there, action would be performed, action will process the data. Either it will return the error, or it will redirect to the place, or it will return the fresh data, If there is any change in the action, means whenever you click the submit button, the action thing, this action would be the, so this hook will work, and it will get the fresh data. So whenever there is any change in the action, I want to run this piece of code. And what would be this piece of code? You simply need to, so if you see this filtered, if you see here, can you see bills loader is loading the data to this filtered, and if you see on the filtered we are iterating on the filtered, can you see filtered.map, and that's how dynamic table is getting generated. So what we need to do over here, we need to set filtered over here, and to that set filtered, what we need to do to that set filtered, what we need to do, we just need to check if AC is proper there, then set filtered with AC, then set filtered with what? AC. Just refresh it, click it, can you see only 2 bills are there, which means that our code is running. In the beginning, whole data is there. Now consider that you have searched some by means of bill number or something like this, and you clicked on the search, only 2 matching records are available, right? Which means that our code is working. So here we checked if there is valid value to the filtered, and see what this AC would be containing. This AC action data would be containing a list of objects, so that we can assign that list as it is, and you will get this kind of thing, right? This kind of thing. So well, this is complete flow of the program. So here you are going to click search, one action would be getting called, action will perform the DB operations, and from the DB operation it will fetch whatever data you have passed over here. From that it will perform the ORing operation. If bill number is matching, or mobile number is matching, or bill date is matching, or counter is matching, or cashier is matching, it will return the filtered data. And accordingly it will present the data in the table. So this is the form we have. So as I said, here either we can apply client side validation, or we can apply server side validation. That is up to you. But as far as this code is concerned, I will apply the client side, or both. We have seen both the things. Okay, how do we apply the client side? So here we can say const bill const bill set bill is equals to const bill set bill is equals to use state is equals to what? Use state. And over here what we need, mobile, or it's not a bill, actually bill is wrong wording, so we can say filter and set filter and over here we can say customer mobile, customer customer mobile is empty, and counter, only 2 keys I would be needing, this is empty. You can assign this is of type I will also, no problem. Counter number, like this. I will has optional fields, remember that these fields are optional. Okay, so you can use 2 of them only, that is also fine, no problem. So here on IPCH, so on local IPCH, let's keep this. So on local IPCH we have used for these things, just to get the data from here. For these things we have used on local IPCH. So here we can say const on FLT IPCH. Everything is same. Let's copy this as it is. Name and value, you don't require this. Let's copy this. Suspended counter or customer mobile, that's it, only 2. Otherwise set filter, one part of what you can say, your controlled form has been completed. Another part, value, assigning the value is equals to filter dot customer mobile, and here value counter filter dot counter. Right, now you go here and try. See, I'm trying to enter here, I'm trying to enter some details, I'm trying to enter some characters, not working. And here okay, numbers is also not working. Any problem? A component is changing in uncontrolled way. Value key prop is required. So everywhere we need to change this key prop related thing. We'll solve. Just refresh it. Your value provided prop on change handler. Okay, on ch we didn't apply. On change is equals to on filter FLT IPCH, on FLT IPCH. Okay, now refresh it and see. I'm trying to enter characters. Now only numbers are getting entered. Here also only numbers are getting entered. Characters I'm not able to enter over here. Client side validation. What we have seen? Client side validation. Now this is a homework for you. You can apply server side validation also. You can comment this much code, which is quite easy. You can comment this much code and try to apply the server side validation on this form. If you don't know how to do that, revise the new customer part of this video. Okay, so here almost for every screen, so validations, actions have been implemented over here, done. So there is no action over here. In the bills, action for this just we have implemented. Then you can go to the new bill, action for this complete form submission have been implemented. So whatever places are there, at all those places actions are implemented properly. Okay, actions are implemented properly. Now this is all about what you can say implementing actions. Remember that three things of the RemixJs: loaders, actions, components we have implemented. Loaders, actions, components we have implemented. Well, I have kept this analytics deliberately separate, or I didn't implement anything in the analytics part. There is a reason. So whenever we will do all these things, we'll do work on the analytics part. But this is nothing but what the expected thing is. So actions, components, loaders are implemented in each and every section. Now what's remaining? Database integration. What's remaining part? Database integration. Let me push this much code. Actions implemented in a bills section. Okay, I will commit. I have pushed the code. Fine. This is all about this part. Thank you. Let's meet in next section. Hi. So we are remaining with the action for the login screen. Pretty easy, not a big deal. We are remaining with action, adding the form action to the login page. Let's go ahead. So here we have underscore index page, and to this page we need to add the form tag and other details. So here let's convert this to the form. Do we have imported the form? Okay, I think this would be in tag for the form. Method post, method post, method is equals to what? Post. So we are talking about this screen. In our UI it is this screen. 405 method not allowed. Okay, now what will happen over here? Let's write an action. Export async function action is of type, parameter is of type action function args. Action function args. And over here I think we need to import this action function args, and let's restructure this object. We would be needing the request from this. Okay, now what? So here let us see what happens. Just try to return as usual JSON and fd dot request const fd form data is equals to request dot if you wanna see, fd is equals to request dot form data, like this. And what do you need? Const email and the password. Email is equals to fd dot get email, and this would be of type string, const password is equals to string fd dot get password, and let's try to pass this email and password. Let's try to pass this email and password. If you remember, I have already told you. If not, I'm telling you now that user management, presently our software would be having only one user. So you can log in by means of that only one role. Okay. So a classical user management system that you see anywhere, that particular role is having these many actions, or the particular role can perform only these many actions, that we won't be performing over here. Simple, checking username and password in the, we would be checking username and password in a database. That's it. Other OAuth 2, or you can say JSON web tokens, we won't be implementing over here. Video is becoming very lengthier at this point, so I want to strip down some content, and that's why I have decided not to implement all that things. Let's keep it very simple. In other project, I will definitely cover a detailed user management system. Okay, but as far as this project is concerned, let's check the data from the DB itself. That's it. But whatever project I have delivered to the client, I have implemented JSON web tokens over there. Okay, fine. Well, that would be another story. Now here, const AC is equals to use action data, a type of action, the action that we have written over there. And let's see here, AC and ABC and ABC, ABC login, okay, at the rate gmail.com. Okay, nothing is happening. Return JSON. Why? What's the input type? Input type submit. Method post is there. So here action, we are returning the JSON. AC, we are trying to print this. Any problem? Type of action, that is correct. Export async. Okay, we did. Okay, await, we have written. Const email password, this JSON.stringify AC. Again problem, name kind of thing we didn't write. Name is equals to email, and here name is equals to password. Now, yeah, can you see? Email abc@gmail.com, password. So this is working. So we have sent successfully email and other things. Now what we can do over here, if presently, let's check if email is exactly equals to ABC and password is exactly equals to ABC, then you should return redirect to the dashboard page, / dashboard page. Else, otherwise you should return the error object, invalid credentials, MSG, invalid creds. That's it, invalid creds. Now the way we have written it in new bills, we have created one Okay, we can return one flag also, is valid, or we have faced problem we have faced problem at the time of creating new bill. So here also, if you see, we are directly sending message and is valid. Instead of this, if you can create the error object, and into the error object you can give message invalid creds, invalid creds. This is about this. Also we need to check it for the validations also. We'll do that. Is valid, you can say false. So here we will check for the validation. If email, we can apply the regex, where we have written I think in the customer validations, yeah, mobile regex and the email regex, this one. See, this is also we are, what you can say, a same file you can create. So a best way is to create one example I have given over here, customer validations. Okay, so what you should do, technically you should create, I can write straight away over here, no problem, or you can create separate file, user dot validations dot ts, same thing like this, name and email. Well, still in this function we have, there is a scope in this function, there is a scope for improvisation. Okay, absolutely there is a scope for improvisation. So I will remove all these things, because we just need to check two things only, just email and the password, right? Just email and the password. So these things are not needed here. So what we can do, email and password, we would be needing these two things, email and password. And here we have error object, const err is equals to just a message and is valid false. By default it is like this. Don't pass the object, simply pass username and password. Well, why is the error? Const validate fields, email and the, okay, type it is asking is of type string. We are in the JS, remember that. The password is of type string. Okay, some other, so here we have correctly created interface, so here we are passing that object like that. But here we won't be creating, okay, just a minute, in the domain, just a minute, customer domain, make sure we need to add a password field over here at the time of, oh, this is the, I got it, this is the customer, this is not the user, I'm sorry. So here is type of email and string, password is of also type of string, email, and here we can say error.msg. So whenever you do the user validation as per the security context, You don't need to explicitly tell what is the wrong email or password. That is not necessary, right? So here we can say email is required. Email is required. Email is required. Well, we don't require this else block. Else, just say if email.trim, email is required. Okay, just remove this. Also not required because we would be doing that means of pattern checking. Okay, err.message invalid email, otherwise email.message email okay is valid true. Same thing about the password. What we need to return, same thing about the password. So for the password we simply check this one, something like this, emptiness password dot trim if error dot message password is, if empty, password is valid true. Okay, if both are true, okay, here we don't have any, here we don't have, okay, error object. Okay, I think here also we need to do field wise things like this, email and password msg empty is valid false, is valid false. So here we can say email dot password dot password dot, so here password okay. Well, we have designed this for the customer, and that's why we have done 2 iterations to make this thing work, but no problem, it's a learning. Okay, now instead of validating things over here, so here actually this thing is a database check, here db check, this would be the db check, and now validations we will do. Let's import this user validations first. Import from user validations, and here you can say validate fields. So here we can say validate fields email and password, and if you see validate fields, it is going to return the error object, it is going to return this error object, and in the error object both should be valid, right? Here const err is equals to this, and here we need to check if err dot email dot is valid and password dot email, sorry, password dot, I'm sorry, err dot password dot is valid. If both are valid, then and only then we need to check for the db. Okay, it's not like that. We need to just return the JSON from here. Return JSON. Here we can say error object, we can write here, and here we can say MSG. Well, here we need to give some, here we need to give some different message. Invalid, or simply return that error object. That's it. Simply return that error object, and here to the error object message and the fields, or what we can do here, message invalid creds, something like that. Okay, let's do it. Error object, and here we can say invalid creds. Instead of invalid creds, bad credentials, bad creds. That's it. If it is, see, this is the validation. So this thing is different. You are checking it from the DB. Presently ABC we are checking. This thing is different, and this thing is different. This thing you are simply checking the fields, the text you have entered is correct or not. That is nothing but this. And you are checking into the DB. That is nothing but this. Okay, now let's try it. Well, here email abc@g.com. Email abc@g.com. Can you see email, message, email okay, is valid true, password MSG is valid true. So it is returning if all are valid. If all are valid. So here you need to check if it is not valid and if it is not valid. And instead of and, here we need to use or. If this is invalid or this is invalid, it should return this as JSON. Now can you see it is going to the dashboard straight away. Now it is invalid. Invalid field is invalid false. Password is required. So here you didn't pass anything. Let's try to pass aa@dd.com. Can you see email is okay, valid true. Now what we need to do? We can give those labels here also. We can give, okay, let's write it, labels here also. Label, and here we can const. Here also we need to wrap this guy, const. Okay, this will create the problem in my opinion, this error object and this error object. So let's activate this val errors. So let's create an object val err, validation error, and then assign this err to the val err. Okay, now action data, remember that whenever you press the login, it will go to the server and it will check the things and again come back over here. So here we can say we need a val error object, val err is equals to AC. Let's destructure it. I'll destructure here itself, AC, and const, here we can say a normal err. This error is nothing but bad creds. This one is equals to AC. So either of them is going to get activated, either this or this. Now if you want to check that, you can say val err, and here simple err. Just refresh it. So cannot destructure as AC is undefined. Or this thing, or sorry, this thing. So just to handle the undefinedness, we have done this thing. Can you see? This is a validation error. Okay, val error. So abc@g.com, and abc is the password. Now this should come another error. What is that? abc, okay, it's matching, that's why it went to the dashboard. Let's go here, abc@g.com, and password I can say 111. Click on the login. Can you see? Message bad credentials is valid false. Now see, it is nothing but this error object. So at that time this is undefined, so it's empty, and here at this time error is defined. That's why it has extracted destructured from the AC. Here val error destructured from the AC. Okay, here we can see now. Now here I can say, if val error dot email dot is valid, val error dot email dot is valid. Okay, simply do this thing. We will do this thing for the classes. Val error dot email dot message, val error dot email dot msg message, and here we can say class name is equals to, so which class we need to apply? I think we have done this in the user new customer validation. Yeah, this span. Okay, let's, yeah, same thing I would be needing, this span. Just copy this over here, err dot email dot is valid email, like this. Span, here also we can add one span, err dot password, here also password. Okay, now let us see what happens. Email, refresh it, email dot is valid, email dot message. So this thing should be activated. Just a minute. Well, this should not make any impact. Yeah, we need that question mark just to say if it is invalid. Why these labels are not getting activated? Password dot msg, email dot msg is valid. Okay, password dot msg, email dot msg. These labels actually should be activated. Oh, it is on the val error. Remember that. In this case, validation errors. These are the validation errors, not the errors. So this error is a DB error. Okay, we may change the name also. Can you see invalid email, password is required. So val error, I can remove it. See here, password is required, invalid email. If I say abc@g.com and click over here, email is okay, but password is required. So A123, bad credentials. Now see, this is the DB error. So what we can do, if you want to show the DB error, so just just here we can add something. So here we can say error err.msg, 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 and let's give text read 400 or text read 500, something like this. Here we can say abc@g.com and 345 bad credentials. Can you see bad credentials? So let's remove this json.stringify. Yeah, invalid this. Here we can say qq@we.com and 123 login, bad credentials. Can you see that? So it is saying that bad credentials. This is the server side message. Well, we might, the way we have done in new bill, we have created one box. Yeah, this one. Let's add these things. Let's add these things. Instead of this, we can say div. Okay, the red color is full. So instead, flex column item center, width auto means whatever required is, or here I can say 30%. It's way bigger, 20%. Okay, let's keep this much as the width, 20%, or even 15% is also okay. This much. Okay, height we can say h, 3%, 5%. Okay, here we didn't assign the height. Minimum h screen, say h screen. Okay, now automatically, because we set the height to the parent, and that's why 4%. And margin bottom empty, margin top, or just say M5. Yeah, text white. So presently there is no text, so this thing should be activated only. This thing should be activated only when error dot, if error is there, then and only then bad creds. Okay, bad creds. So to this also, let's give it a flex justify content center, align items center. Align items center is actually CSS property. In the tailwind, it is something different. Align or item centered. Align item center is item centered. Yeah, can you see bad credentials? And the whole box would be getting activated. Just refresh it, nothing will happen. This is the validation error. aa@w.com and 1 to 3 invalid credentials, bad credentials. These are nothing but what? The bad credentials. If you write abc@g.com and password abc static data, it will take you to the dashboard. It will take you to what? Dashboard. Now this is it we are going to do for the login. Okay, and on the dashboard, if you see, there is a logout button. We will not, sorry, in the app nav, I'm sorry, go to the app nav. This one only thing we would be doing in the dashboard. So here on click, I will not emphasize on a different type of user management, that is a basic authentication. Okay, then JWT tokens or OAuth 2, we can implement it, no problem, not a big deal. We can implement all those things. But in this project, a lot of things I have covered, a core business functionalities, how to implement some dynamic, how to add dynamic tables and other things. So we will park that things to some other project. We'll do it, don't worry. So from here, what we will do, just navigate on click on logout. We will not on logout. We will simply navigate to const user screen on logout is equals to this. Okay, now we would be using use navigate function, use navigate hook. Okay, navigate const. If you are a React user, if you have worked with the React projects before, use navigate. Yeah, and that you might have used that part from the React router DOM. So don't use a React router DOM over here. You can use navigate. Navigate to what? We are in app now. Just index a / root. Navigate to just /. Let us see what happens. abc@g.com. abc. Go here. If you click on the navigate button, on click logout, what is happening? Is it navigating or not? Okay, let's write the console.log logout clicked. Console empty. Refresh it. Yeah, logout is getting clicked. Logout is getting clicked. That is happening. But navigate, just do the / now. Yeah, not the dot is pointing to the current. It's working. So here abc@g.com 1 to 3 bad credentials. So this window we have created. If you don't pass it, email okay, password required. There is a problem we are specifying abc. Now if you click on the logout, it will take you to the dashboard and validations and other things we have fixed. So I totally forgotten about the login screen, right? So we have completed that part also. Now we are good to start with the DB related things. I will check once again, and if anything is remaining, we will implement that. Otherwise, we are good to go with the DB related things, databases. Okay, that's it. Let's meet in the next video. Okay, let me check. Okay, that is correct. Everything is correct. So here you will write db call. After writing db call, you will redirect it to the dashboard. If success is there, so first you will check into the db. If working, you will redirect to the dashboard. Now, okay, how we will create the user? So we don't have any special window, or we don't have any special page for creating the user. We will create the user manually. We will create few users in the database manually. We will create few records in the DB by firing the queries, right? We don't have any interface for creating the new user. Okay, because user management is not part of this project. We will implement separately. Fine. Thank you. Let's meet in next session. Hi. We have completed all the actions, all the loaders in this much release. Okay, in this much release. Next part is the database integration. Next part is the database integration. Now, for writing the database related queries, we will create separate application. We will create separate application. And once we write all the queries into that application, we will integrate those queries in this app. Why I'm doing separate application? Remember that this is a full stack app. Okay. This is what? Full stack app. And if you observe carefully, the database connections, if you run this application or if you observe this thing, if you make any change in the application, whole application gets reloaded. Now, if you write database code in this file, a root file, remember that this root file is going to be also loaded multiple times, or somewhere here this is going to be loaded multiple times, right? So multiple database connections would be generated. That's what their official documentation also says, right? They have given some code. What it does, it creates the database connection, put it in the global state, right? Put it in what? Global state. But let's not write that code. Keep it simple. We can write it. Absolutely fine. No problem. We can write it. But from the beginning, I'm telling you that I need to keep this code very simple. I need to keep this code extremely simple. So it's the best way to write a separate app. Let's create a separate app here. Just a minute. First, it's a simple NodeJs application. Just to avoid multiple DB connections, we are doing this thing. This can be handled by means of code also. Okay. So let me open one more terminal. Okay. Let me open, this terminal. CD desktop, CD project billing management, mkdir. Let me create the new directory, and mkdir, a new directory, bcm billing counter management, yt, and mongo, or queries. So this folder I'm creating. So let's move inside this folder, bcm yt, queries. Okay, npm init, it's the node project, npm init, package name. Okay, will not do anything right now, just say yes. So you may open a new window, and into the new window we may open that folder, a newly created folder on the desktop. Then mongoose queries, or bcm yt queries, and this thing. Package.json have been created. Okay, so two dependencies we would be needing. Just a minute, I will take this here. Okay, now two dependencies we would be needing. First is what would be first we would be needing? We would be needing a mongoose. What we would be needing? Mongoose. npm install mongoose, mongoose. Okay, then we need TypeScript, npm install TypeScript. It will take a little time. npm install TypeScript, npm install TypeScript. Okay, now one dev dependency, ts node, npm install -d ts node. Okay, let's go and check package.json. Dev dependency ts node, mongoose 763, and TypeScript 522, the latest version, have been created. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to start the Mongo. So I have installed Mongo as a Docker container. I have installed Mongo as what? Docker. You might not have installed Mongo in the Docker, no problem, absolutely fine. Okay, can you see here a Docker container? So let me start this container. Just click on the start. Mongo is running on the port something, and let me open the CLI, and here you can go and mongo sh. If you can see, using the MongoDB 605, whatever your version is, no problem. Using the Mongo sh 1.8. Mongo sh is the Mongo shell. By means of this, we would be communicating with the Mongo. We might need this, so I'm keeping this thing separately. And this terminal for running the Mongo queries, or we can run the Mongo queries or node project. For running the node project, we'll keep it. Okay, ts node, another thing. These things are okay. Now next thing is what? We need to first create a customer API. Whatever things we have, first create app.ts TypeScript file, app.ts. Okay, so here we would be, if you go to our project, customer section, bill section, analytics section, and the user section. So we would be having function customer related API. This is for testing. We are writing function bill API, function analytics. Remember that this is a backend code. This is not anything. It has nothing to do with the React. And function user API. User means login and other thing. Okay, so we have these things over here. Now our architecture would be like this. Where is whiteboard? Okay, whiteboard I didn't open. Okay, for one of the batch I have explained this. I'll delete it. Okay, now remember that This thing we will call it as domain. If you remember, we have created domains. Do you remember it or not? Write it in the comment box and let me know. Sorry. So this thing we call it as domain. So this is your DB, MongoDB. This is your MongoDB. This is the domain. And we will create one more layer over here, a repository. A repository. So repositories work with the domains. Repositories work with the domains. Okay. And as far as our full stack app is concerned, billing counter management is concerned, so this is the actions, or this is the actions. We would be calling this repositories either into the actions or into the loaders, right? And who is going to communicate with these actions and loaders? Your component. So how would be the flow? Component either communicate with the component will communicate with the action, right? Loaders will supply data to the component. That's what we have seen. And whenever action works, actions will update the loaders. That's what the full stack flow we have seen. If you see here, full stack flow, that's what we have seen. Where is that? Full stack data flow. Yeah. Loaders supply data to the component gives data to the actions update the loaders. That is happening over here. Component gives the data to the actions, right? Action updates the loader and loader supplies data to the component. So this or this, either actions or the loaders, one of them will communicate with the repositories. A repository is a layer where we perform the actual operations, where we perform what? Actual operations, right? Then repositories will create or save the domains. So domains are the database entities which represents collection in the DB. There is something related to the domain. Domain can be build domain, then domain can be build domain, domain can be customer domain, domain can be user domain. Domain is something, that entity which represents actual data. Customer is one of the domain. We already have created that domain. If you go here, BCMYT, can you see domain, build domain? See, this is the domain which would be having existence in the database. So this guy would be having what? Actual existence in the database. Customer domain. So customer would be having actual existence in the DB. We are going to store something like this into the DB. So it would be table, it would be collection, document, whatever. So customer or the bill, these are the domains. And they would be having actual collection, actual existence into the DB. That's what we are trying to do over here. So same things. So I'm just simply going to copy paste customer domain, build domain into our new project we already have created. So here we will create one more folder, repositories, and this code we are going to write into repository. So what is the repository? What is the repository? Repository is the place where actually we will write DB operations or the DB queries. We will not write DB queries into the action or the loaders. We will write DB queries over here. Actual DB related operations we will perform in this repository, right? And repository works with the domain. Repository works with the domain. You will get to know once we write the architecture, you will get to know. Okay, let's see how do we do that. Now first okay, this is a BCM YT queries. So here I can say new file, bill domain or customer domain, sorry, customer domain dot ts. It's a ts, not the tsx. What is this? ts and not the tsx. When you say tsx, where you have added the JSX or the file which can contain the JSX, you can mark it as TSX. Your normal TS. So this is the customer domain. All the fields are mandatory. You can keep it optional also by adding the question mark. No problem if you want to keep it. But technically all the fields are like this in the customer. Now customer domain we already have created. Then customer repository .ts. Okay, customer repository.ts, and our app.ts can be considered as either loader or it can be considered as action. Okay, so this is the domain, this is the repository. Now in the repository what we will do, just go to your, now we don't need to check this PDF because we have complete running application, right? In the beginning we were not having complete running application, that's why we were checking the PDF, but now we don't need to check the PDF. We have complete full application running. Okay, here you can go to the new mobile. Okay, so customer related, how many operations do you find? A create customer, we need a database query for this. So come here and write for creating, one operation for creating the customer. Then another edit customer, right? We have a screen for edit customer. We can go to the customers and can you see this edit customer we would be needing. Then delete customer, can you see there is a delete option? So delete customer, creating customer. Now let's go back to the app. Now if you click over here, I am going to supply a mobile number, and from the mobile number I need to get the customer details. I need to get what? Customer details. So here we can say customer details from mobile. This is one operation. And if you go here, can you see here it is fetching all the customers. Can you see this? Fetching all the customers. This is also one query. List all customers. So these many operations I can see in the customer related thing. Just check once anything is missing. Customer tab, a new customer, edit customer, delete customer, then customer details, and here bill details are also required, and list of all customers. So these many operations are required as per our UI. So as per a good design, backend design, you need to create the interface which represents these customers. I customer repository. Now creating the customer, here we can say create customer, and here we would be needing object of our I customer. Object of what? I customer, and it should return the promise. Of I customer. Now what is the meaning of this? Creating customer is not a one-shot job, right? It requires a DB query. and DB query or DB might return the result in the future, and the DB will return the result in the future. So JavaScript says that eventual completion of, if there is something which is having eventual completion of your operation in the future, eventual completion or the failure of your operation in the future, then you should go ahead with async programming, that is the promise over here. Because the minute you write the query, it will go to the DB, right? It will go to the DB, it will save, and to complete that operation, it is going to take some delta amount of time. It is not an immediate thing. The write operation in the DB will complete sometime in the future, and that's why we have used a result in the form of promise. Similarly here, we need to have, I hope you understand the promise. If not, you may check my JavaScript series where I have explained the promises in detail. Edit, or here we can say, no problem, edit customer. Okay, it should also do same thing. Then delete customer, and here delete the customer by means of ID. Is of type string, and from here also we will return the customer like this, deleted customer we will return, and the customers, list of customers, this one, sorry, details from the mobile number string, and it will return, and here it will return a promise, so which should be a combination actually here, which should be a combination, because if you see here details, so this much part is coming from the customer page, remember that, and this much is coming from the recent transaction. But here you don't need to create the thing which will combine both the things. No, you don't need to do that. We will do it in some other section. So here, get the customer details by mobile number. So this much section you will get. And in the build repository, we will write a code for getting these things. And whenever we return the data to the component, we combine these two results. So this data, we will not worry about here in these details, So we will write a separate query for fetching these details by means of this mobile number. Presently, we are worrying about these details. Okay, we'll see how to do that things. Okay, details, then customers, list of customers. So I will add simply plural, and over here promise and array of customers, customers. So still we didn't write anything related to the mongoose. What I am saying, still we didn't write anything related to mongoose. Okay, nothing is related to mongoose, simply JavaScript things we have written over here, or TypeScript things we have written over here, nothing fancy. We didn't write a single line about, what you can say, mongoose. This is a plain JavaScript. Okay, now what we will do here, we will create export class customer repository. Now see, this is the interface. We need to provide the implementation customer repository, now which implements iCustomer repository, and we can add the operations. And here if you see, and here now we need to provide the implementation to these operations one by one. Okay, these operations, what? one by one. We'll see how to do that thing. But this is a idea of the repository. This is the repository. Here we will write a DB query. Here we will write a DB query. Here we will write DB query. Here and here. At these places we would be writing the DB queries, and this is just plain ideology. This ideology says that, well, customer can have these many operations. Similarly, we will create for bill. Similarly, we will create for user. Similarly, we will create for your analytics. Now, here consider this is the action. This is what? Action. And here we can say const repository is of type I customer repository is equals to new customer repository. Remember that you can never have object of I customer repository. Sorry. You can never have an object of interface, but you can have object of class. But you can have object of class that is implementing the repository. Interface object, not possible. Okay. Now here what you are just performing operations, repository.create, you can provide the customer related object, right? Simply like this. So these things we will do inside our actions, right? We will do these things in a action. Fine. Let us see next part. So here simply domain is there, but now I need to mark this thing as database entity. I want this thing to be marked as database entity. So Mongoose, now see where Mongoose comes in this architecture. Whenever you are connecting with the database, let me open the Mongoose website. Let me open the Mongoose website. When you say Mongoose, this is the Mongoose. Elegant MongoDB object modeling for the NodeJs. Object modeling for the NodeJs. Remember that Mongoose provides a straightforward schema-based solution to model your application data. It includes the built-in typecasting, validation, query building, and other things. Now we could have skipped this part. We could have skipped this part and we could have directly written the Mongo queries. But I need to do a little bit in the professional form. So whenever you develop the project, use any object modeling utility. If you are using relational databases, ORMs are there. If you are using NoSQL, some object data modeling things are there. What do you mean by object modeling? A JavaScript object. Can you see this is the when you say I customer, this is the shape of JavaScript object. JavaScript object should be mapped to the database model. See, JavaScript object. So this is the raw JavaScript object, and I want to store it in the database form. So raw object needs to be stored in the database form. So this procedure requires the conversion. So JavaScript object as it is cannot be stored into the DB. So this object needs to be converted to the typical forms of particular databases. And Mongoose, what Mongoose does, this conversion object to database model and model to database object, this conversion can be done elegantly by means of the Mongo. If we don't use Mongo, we can skip it, no problem. This is optional. What I'm saying, this is a completely optional thing. Mongoose is a completely optional thing. But if you don't use Mongoose, So whatever conversion JavaScript object to the Mongo and Mongo models to the JavaScript back to the JavaScript object, because this is ultimately your JS program. JS program wants to communicate with the Mongo. So whatever data is there, JS program will say, I will create the JavaScript object. Why should I worry about your MongoDB related object, right? You convert it on your own, or I will write a code which converts this object to the Mongo models. Similarly, whenever we are fetching the data from the DB, you cannot give that data as it is to your JavaScript application. You need to give that data in the form of JS compatible objects only. So either you write the code on your own, or you can ship the framework like Mongoose in your application. I hope it is clear to you what is a Mongoose now. Okay, well, this is not a time to learn the Mongoose in detail, because we are learning project over here. Otherwise, I could have explained all the details related to the Mongoose, but we'll do that in separate series. Here we need to work on the project. Okay, that and this much information is sufficient as far as the project is concerned. Okay, now I want to create the model. This is the JavaScript related. This is the shape of the object which looks like a JavaScript object or TypeScript object, one and same. So here you can go and see, we need to first import two things from the Mongoose. Here we can say import and schema and the model. Two things we need to import from the Mongo. Now see how schema means how your data in the Mongo will look like. So here we can say customer schema. So customer will look like in a DB something like this, new schema, which is of type iCustomer. Okay, which is of type iCustomer. So here you are saying that SCHE spelling is wrong, SCHEMA, schema. So customer will look like this. Customer would be having a name property, sorry, not like this, a name property whose type is string, then it would be having a mobile property whose type is string, which is required. Can you see these validations? Which is required true. If you want to do this thing in a, so all these things are done by the ODM. Required true, and it should be unique true. See, it should be unique true. Then email say type string, that's it, and DOB, date of birth, and in the DB its type is the date. Elsewhere we have written it as string. So if you see here, DOB is of type date. Now it might create a trouble because elsewhere we have used date as string, or you can say string, date or string. Okay, TypeScript allows you to do this thing. DOB is of either type date or it is of type string. Okay, so iCustomer, and like this is happening. Now what? Or let's keep it string only. S capital, sorry. Date is of type string. We can keep the type date also. Okay, let's make it date or string. We will see if we want to change something in the front end, we can do that, no problem. But let's make this type as date. It would be learning for you. What happens when you, because this I customer you have used everywhere. Remember that this domain is already in the front end. Can you see this domain is already in the front end? And according to this domain, remember that according to this domain, if I make or type date over here, any problem? Do we get any problem in the routes, customer related routes? No, it is working. So these changes are going to happen. Okay. So if your data types and the domains are not clear, right, problems at the runtime may occur and you need to deal with that. So if anything occurs, it would be learning for us, no problem. So export, here you can say const, now model. So export const customer is equals to model. Model is nothing but that part which will actually communicate with the DB. Model is of type I customer, name of the model customer, and customer schema. Yeah, export const customer is equals to model, and name of the model is I customer. If you see, this model name is I customer, and it is working with which schema? So this schema. So whenever you save the data or you fetch the data, remember that this is the schema. Okay. Now next part, we need to test all this setup is working or not. We need to test all this setup is working or not. So let's go to the app.ts, and here we can say async run, async function run, and here you can say await connect. Can you see connect is from the mongoose? We need to connect to the DB, and we need to write a MongoDB URL, connection URL, MongoDB /127. It is running on 0.1 and port number 27. This is the default port 27017. You also having this port, and which database? BCM YTDB, BCM YTDB. Okay, and here we can say console.log connected to DB. Sorry, connected to DB. So here we can write something like this. So we will get to know it is connected to DB or not, connected to DB. Okay. And let's call this run. Remember that it is async, means returning the promise. Async dot, sorry, run dot catch if there are any errors, and we can say console.log error, got an error, there is an error, and console.log error, error. So let's run this much project and see what happens. Now how do we run? We already have opened the terminal. Okay, let's close this and we will run it here itself. So ts node app.ts, what's that? Npx ts node app.ts executable we need to find. Can you see connected to DB? If you see over here, it's a connected to DB, and at the end we can write here, not here, await disconnect. Disconnect is also from Mongoose. Disconnect is also from Mongoose, and here we can say disconnected. Disconnect. Okay. Let's give. So you'll get to know actually connection and disconnection is happening. Can you see connected to DB and disconnected? This is working correctly. Now we need to test. We need to test our I customer, but before that we need to complete the repository. So here we need to write the code. So here we can write the code by means of the model. Can you see this guy is returning a customer model, and by means of this customer model we need to do this thing. So how? If you can see const cst is equals to new customer, which is nothing but this model. If you see, customer is imported from the customer domain, which is nothing but this customer. Okay, and we need to pass this object whatever we are getting, customer, and return this cst dot save. It will return the object. What you can say, it will return the object that has been saved, a newly saved object. This will return. So first we will save and we will return newly saved object, which is not important actually. So it is nothing but this thing. And make sure that this is a promise, means you need to write async over here. Every method should be async. It's a promise. Async. Okay, these methods should be async methods. Now if you see here, customer cst, a new customer, and return a newly saved customer. Whatever you have saved, return that thing. That's nothing but the promise of I customer. Now we can write this method to check the customer have been saved or not. So return customer. Now see, we are directly using the model. There is a static method. Can you see customer dot find? And here we need to set projection. Here we need to set what? Projection. If you want to search by something, we don't need to search by anything. But I need to find all the customers. That's why these two brackets are empty. If you want to search the customer by means of mobile, right, you can give a mobile and that particular thing. But presently I don't need to search. I need to select all the customers without any filtration. So this would be the query. Let's see this thing is working or not. Go to the customer app.ts, and in the customer API we already have created object of this repository dot save or create. Let's pass this customer, and mobile we can say 9888 whatever, this mobile. Then what is that? In the mobile name ABC, email, here we can say aa@www.com, and DOB is of type new date. That's it, new date we can pass, and simply we can write a repo dot find out all the customers. So it is returning, what it is returning? Customer array. Can you see? It is returning, okay, all these calls should be await await await, and the function should be also async. Await dot map what happened? Okay, got it. Sorry, just a minute. Or simply write console.log. That's it. So we are saving this guy here, and we are trying to get it, like this. Even this also can be printed in the console.log. This also can be printed in the console.log. So we will see actually, because it is returning, if you see, create is returning a saved customer. Can you see saved customer? And see this thing is working or not. Simply we will call this customer API over here, customer API. Customer API. Await customer API. And let us see that works or not. Yeah, see here. So this object is returned by, can you see new object ID have been created, and see date is stored in this form. Okay, DOB is getting stored in this form. Okay, if I remove this string from here, okay, type string over here, it should be date. Okay, let's run the project again and see this is the earlier result. If you see, this is the earlier result, date is in the string form. So this thing is written by which line? This thing is written by, this object is written by this create. Can you see whatever object? So this underscore ID we didn't pass it. This underscore ID we didn't pass it. Okay, underscore ID we didn't pass it. If you see what we have passed mobile name ABC. Even that underscore ID is not available in our domain, right? Then from where this underscore ID and underscore v0 is coming, right? So underscore ID, Mongo assigns a unique ID. To each document. Okay, now and this is the second call, and this is what the second call, console.log repo.customers. Can you see this here? This is an array, and inside the array a newly created object. So we have called two things. First, console.log this create whatever newly created object, print that, and give me list of all saved customers. So this is nothing but list of all saved customers. Now let's go over here, and we are using which database? Check the name of DB, BCM YTDB. Use BCM YTDB. Hit the enter, switch to the BCM YTDB, show collections. Can you see customers is one of the collection? Remember that customers is one of the collection. Who created the customers collection? This schema has created the customers collection. Automatically one collection have been created, right? And here you can write db dot customers dot find, and can you see it is having one object, the one which we have recently saved. So the customer schema is having this type. Can you see? So this customers collection is having this type. And what type of data we are storing? See, name, mobile, email, DOB, and v underscore underscore v0, this thing. Now see, this underscore underscore v0 is redundant and I don't want to see that. So here you can remove it from here, and here you can say underscore underscore v0, right? Underscore underscore v colon 0. So here you are saying that I don't want to see this column. Now run it again, and if you see in the earlier, so this is the first result, here you are getting underscore underscore v, but in this result you are not getting anywhere underscore underscore v. There is the reason, right? What's the reason? Reason is that here you set so values of underscore underscore v here either 1 or 0. Enable flag or disable flag. Enable flag and what? Disable flag. Enable flag, disable flag means show this column or show this key or don't show this key. So 0 means don't show, 1 means show. It is applicable for any other keys also, like mobile or other things also, right? But it is proven that, hence proved, the data is getting stored in the DB and our application is communicating with the DB. That has been proved. So what we have learned in this? So we have learned this architecture. We have created this architecture and we have implemented customers in this form. Now two more things are remaining: user related thing and the bills related thing. We will implement it shortly. If you have understood this, write it in the comment box. If you have any questions, also write it in the comment box. Thank you. We'll meet shortly.